Once again, phones on silent.
No phone.
Yes.
Stop. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Welcome to the 2025 summit. This is Tabadlab's effort at trying to organize 3 or 4 conversations about what the world will look like in 2025, what its implications will be for people in general, for governments, and in particular for the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, our home country, and a country that has suffered a significant and substantial series and cascade of crises over the last 3 years in particular. Many people argue how many years that crisis has gone on, but instead of talking about what's already happened, and of course that'll be a reference point throughout the day, we really want to focus on what the world looks like in 2025. And we want to start the day with a fantastic panel that's going to frame that conversation from the perspective of middle powers. What are the opportunities for middle powers in 2025? Is Pakistan really a middle power at all? How are other middle powers dealing with the kinds of crises that Pakistan faces? And to have this discussion with me, I'm so honored and excited to welcome Professor Adil Malik from Oxford, Naseem Zehra, a renowned journalist and public intellectual based in Pakistan, and a media personality, a television news anchor, a columnist, and an author of maybe one of the most important and interesting books about Pakistan's recent history. And of course, Professor Hassan Abbas from the National Defense University in the United States. None of these 3 can be adequately introduced in the time that we have. So instead of doing that, I will just kick off the discussion and start with you, Dr. Malik. There's clearly a wave of something new that's happening all around the world. And 2 places where this new thing has really come into stark contrast with the old way is most recently, just last week, in Syria, and over the last 2.5, 3 years in Afghanistan. The old state, or the effort at framing a state, has fallen by the wayside, and new kinds of states have emerged in these 2 countries. I think that what's happening in the US vis-a-vis Trump, what happened in the UK vis-a-vis Brexit and Boris Johnson, what we're seeing in terms of the rise of the AfD in Germany, other right-wing groups and parties all across Europe, Austria, Poland, of course Hungary, all of these things at some level are connected. But to a layperson, I don't see the connection. I can't frame it. Maybe I could ask you to start us off by zooming out and giving us kind of a lay of the land and make a connection, if there are any. And if there aren't, then perhaps, dispense with the assumption that something new is happening as far as power and its negotiation, especially at the state and intrastate level.
Right. Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be speaking at this forum again. I was here last year in another interview. What I would suggest is that we shouldn't describe this as a new phenomenon per se. What I see happening in Syria and the Middle East more generally is a continuation of an equilibrium that emerged after the Iraq war intervention. Because I think the Iraq war really ushered a new era, which led to a redrawing of the internal borders of many of these societies. So in the Sykes-Picot, we had the redrawing of the map of the Middle East. But in some of the work that I've done, I've argued that post-Iraq war, we see a redrawing of the internal borders. And by that I mean to say that Iraq as a state obviously remains, but the way political and economic power is distributed is completely reorganized around ethnic sectarian lines. You then had Libya, which again had a very strong autocrat in the guise of Gaddafi, but his removal again meant that the internal borders and the administration of Libya was completely reorganized. And in some of the work that I've done on the region, I've argued that many of these wars were wars on state capacity. The state is kind of hollowed out from the middle. In Libya, for example, today, you don't have one central bank, you have two central banks. You don't have one oil company, you have two oil companies. Every institution within Libya are at least two institutions, right? So the state is fractured, the hollowing out of the state. You've seen the same thing in Sudan, where the state is sort of hollowed out, it's crumbled from within, and we have seen the emergence of a new war economy in these places, where new groups, proxy groups, foreign powers, they're all jostling for influence in many of these states. I think in Syria, again, you've seen this equilibrium move from a very strong autocrat to a very fragile transition at the moment. And the risk, again, is that there would be a redrawing of borders along ethnic or sectarian lines. So post-Arab Spring, I think violence has been used to substitute for the loss of autocratic power. So the rise of ISIS, the growth of proxy groups have primarily presented to the ordinary people a binary choice between the strong man and the militia. And that's the equilibrium that's emerging in many of these states. Now, you talked about the sort of linkages between what's happening in the Middle East and with the rest of the world. There are two clear linkages. One is migration. What's happening in Syria is not just an issue that's restricted to the Middle East. It's an issue that affects European politics, particularly German politics. It's an issue that affects Turkish politics and Turkish claims on the Kurdish region. So I think those linkages are very profound. Similarly, what happened in Libya and Iraq is not something restricted to the Middle East. It shapes the way US thinks about its politics and its influence. And of course, many of these interventions provided an opportunity for regional states to flex their muscles. For Iran, for Israel, for UAE, many of these states found interesting gaps to insert themselves and to kind of project their influence. There's also regional connection. I mean, if you think about Syria, a lot of people think that it really, the weakening of Syria, obviously, the immediate weakening of Syria and the fall of the regime could be attributed to the sort of loss of support from two major powers that were sustaining that authoritarian rule, Iran and Russia. But as an economist, it's clear to me that the one single factor that really hurt the regime the most was the collapse of the Lebanese banking system. Because a lot of the money of the Syrian regime was parked in Lebanese banking sector. And 2019 financial crisis meant that regional link really broke. And then the sanctions. That automatically sort of weakened massively the financial lifeline of the regime. So there are a lot of these series of linkages that exist both at the regional level, at the global level, but also at the very local level, which are important.
Fantastic. There's so much to unpack there, Dr. Malik, and I want to come back to what I think is worth exploring further, which is the domestic politics of Western Europe and North America in particular. But I want to pick up on something I think more profound that I picked up in what Dr. Malik said. Naseem, in terms of the link between Syria's kind of collapse, or the Ba'athist or the Assad regime's collapse, and its link to Lebanon and the banking system, because the immediate connection that I made, and tell me if you think there is no connection, was with what Pakistan did in October 2023 in terms of shutting off the border in terms of the movement of dollars. And so we'd seen a run on the dollar in this country, and there was a very stable Afghani and there was a very unstable Pakistani rupee. And then there was, frankly, a real crackdown on any kind of movement between Pakistan and Afghanistan that was initiated by Pakistan. And you had suddenly a lot of pain in terms of individual humans moving across the border. Many Afghans were not welcome in Pakistan anymore, at least from the authorities' perspective. But we also saw a remarkable stabilization of the dollar that has held to this day. In a time of such extreme polycrisis, that decision and the stabilization of the dollar seems to have been one thing that worked. Do you think the parallel makes any sense? And are there other vulnerabilities that a country like Pakistan is facing as it watches what's happening in these other countries and tries to learn lessons for itself?
Thank you very much, Musharraf, for actually putting this together. I think it's a great initiative to take, because clearly what's happening in the world is, in some ways, the speed with which this change is taking place, and in the region particularly, I think is not unprecedented. I really liked the way Dr. Adil spoke to the issue of the Sykes-Picot and where we are now, so from, and I'd like to pick up on that if I may. The trusteeship then and now you are seeing, I would say that adding to what Dr. Adil said, and I think it's fascinating the way he's laid out the internal dynamics. I think this is, the question I would ask is, would this have happened without external influence in these countries? And I'd submit here that I don't think it would have happened. I think that if I was, I think what we are seeing in terms of the pattern, two things. One, in terms of what is happening in the region, we've seen a very systematic destruction of whatever form of resistance that had emerged, whether it is Hamas, whether it's Hezbollah, or whether it's Syria, or whether it's Lebanon, etc. And obviously the genocide in Gaza stares us in the face and continues. So it seems that that's one very significant new event and reality and thrust that we see in that region, and its impact, we can discuss that later. The other important thing, it seems, is that in all these countries, staunchly autocratic, totally autocratic countries, there was no space for internal movements to evolve and to a point where you would say that the process led to this. So there was all that, in an autocratic context, what you felt was, what you saw was a static, obsession with control, and then you'd see the external factor. In the case of Iraq, we know the external factor, Libya, and now Syria stares us in the face. And the other important thing is, I think the question is, you talked about the emergence of new kind of state. That's the big question that still is important and relevant. I'm not sure the kind of state, we can talk about Afghanistan as a state. Yes, it's an evolving entity, but in Syria, Musharraf, it seems that in the days and months to come, we will see the emergence of more of conflict in terms of spaces between Turkey and between Israel and the players there, the domestic players. So, I mean, whether there's going to be an emergence of a new state, or are we going to see a period of chaos and more conflict? Coming back, sorry, that was a long digression, but coming back to what you said, I think that if you're looking at Pakistan, the major question here, again, there's the internal and the external, but the primary is the internal. The primary is the internal. Pakistan has all the elements of middle power. Pakistan is clearly not aligned totally to China excluding America, and neither to America excluding China. We have an architecture of relationship with China, and we have a record relationship with the US. But plus, it's the fifth largest population in the world, fifth largest army, etc. But our governance and the way we are running all this is, it requires a major remaking. We need to go to the canvas and start to understand that the way we are continuing, the step that you mentioned was a very important step, and certainly the dollar has stabilized. But you were the one who put out something about Pakistan as a leading country in terms of taking initiatives, outside of the government sector. There was some international report that you quoted. So Pakistan has initiative, Pakistan has energy, Pakistan has talent, but putting all this together requires another kind of governance which we don't have, and then again politics and governance go hand in hand. So we need to put all of that, we need to kind of, major reform is needed, and Pakistan needs to learn the lessons they're staring us in the face. What happens when there's a divide, what happens when there's conflict, what the statement that has come few hours ago from the Deputy National Security of the US, advisor of the US, he said at a forum few hours ago that Pakistan's new missile is a direct threat. We see that as a direct threat to the US. Where the hell has that come from? I mean, where has Pakistan ever thought of attacking the US? But I'm just saying, the weaknesses within us, and weakness affects policy and articulation. And then others take advantage. I've taken too much of it.
No, you haven't. I mean, and this is, when we talked about how long the conversation would be, I had anticipated, and I hope that it'll last so long that it's a problem for our next engagement. I want to come back to a number of those themes, in particular the kind of dynamic of how you manage the inside. But I think I take that to you, Dr. Abbas. On the one hand, we have the Afghanistans and the Syrias, and maybe we throw in the Libyas and the Iraqs in that list. On the other hand, we have Indonesia, and I think Bangladesh still belongs in that category. There can be arguments, to the contrary. Certainly Malaysia, not a star performer in the way that others are, but still much more stable and capable as a state. Because I really love the point about attacks on state capability. Essentially, the dismantling of the Ba'athist architecture in Iraq and Syria was really not an attack on Baathism. It was a dismantling of state capacity. But when we look at Indonesia and we look at, how dramatic the improvements in how that country is run and how it projects its own power and how it autonomously decides things for itself. We look at Bangladesh, which went through a real upheaval, but remains largely stable despite all that. We look at Malaysia. You have kind of two contrasts. And in some ways, Pakistan is a middle power, of course it is in a global sense, but it's also kind of the middling Muslim power in a sense that it's not quite in the same category as Syria and Iraq, or Afghanistan, but it's definitely not even looking close to becoming an Indonesia in the next 2 decades. How would you articulate how countries like Indonesia have dealt with the kind of internal challenges? Because it's not like Indonesia doesn't have external challenges. It's not like they don't have the kinds of problems Pakistan had. There was, a massive Al-Qaeda presence. There's all kinds of issues in Indonesia. What distinguishes middle powers from low performance, low potential, which is, I think, where Pakistan is right now, to high performance, high potential in the way that Indonesia is?
First, thank you very much for this opportunity, Musharraf. I'm a big fan of Tabadlab. Secondly, it's great to be in the company of these two eminent thinkers. So it's a learning experience for me, and it was great to hear these thought-provoking ideas. With your question in mind and also what I just heard, the way first I would frame it as you have rightly pointed out, these cases of Bangladesh and what we heard on Iraq and Indonesia. First, I'll link this with the first things that came to my mind with Bangladesh and Indonesian model, and keeping Iraq in mind as well. And I see a common thread which helps me pitch some thoughts which I was having while listening to these very articulate ideas. One, the legacy of authoritarianism and how we negotiate with entrenched authoritarian trends. Indonesia has gone through those. Bangladesh has gone through dictatorships. And because Pakistan has a history of military dictatorship, so this is always relevant. And especially so in Iraq. I'll try to give a couple of examples to make my point. I'm a very frequent visitor to Iraq for my research, also as well as for pilgrimage, and that's a connecting area for many ways, and I see Iraq, despite overthrow of Saddam, and now they are almost 2 decades away from that, they're still fearful of return of this autocratic regimes. And of course, autocracy is there as well. Same thing happened in Bangladesh. They had a democratic experience, but this hanging taste of potentially return of military dictatorship hangs in their mind, and that's what has happened. The military stayed very strong. Same thing in Indonesia. But it's great that you mentioned Indonesia, because if any country has come out of this challenge of entrenched authoritarian trends in their mind, it is Indonesia. And 2 things have happened which actually allows me to touch my second point, role of religion. In Indonesia, the largest religious party, which is, if for the purpose of audience, it's closer to Pakistan's Jamaat-e-Islami in general. But that's has a huge influence. If you remember, when I was growing up, you're much younger than me, I remember Indonesia was always mentioned, oh, the East Asian Islam is very different, it's a soft Islam. Then we saw the surgence of different forms of that. But they have negotiated quite well with authoritarian trends, how to settle with this form of democracy, and not getting apologetic about their religious identity. They have allowed their religious major group to really thrive. In Iraq, that's exactly why Iraq is not doing as good as Indonesia, because on these 3 things, they have not negotiated well. And I'll give some more chance and time to both Iraq and Bangladesh. Bangladesh had a better chance to have a democratic model, but they wasted it because they allowed authoritarian trends even among the Democrats to overtake the democratic trends. So by 3 points, one is lens is authoritarianism. Indonesia has tackled with that very successfully in a slow step-by-step process through good governance model at home. There's no better way to push back authoritarianism but by your democratic leaders to perform. Secondly, role of religion. In case of Iraq, and that I want to make a larger point on religion as well. Keeping aside the democratic models, secular ideals, etc., 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 I think in coming years, 2025 to 2025, if I had to project,
2025 to
35,
35.
these next 10 years, you'll see probably role of Al-Azhar, role of Medina, maybe far more. Because of the global trends, you may see people coming back to some religious ideals. Unlike the previous time when it went to Al-Qaeda, Daesh and Taliban, I'm hoping this new trend will be more thought-provoking religious idealism in an intellectual sense. Because there's this constant debate on democracy and modernity and authoritarianism and religious ideals as well. That's why role of religion. For instance, in case of Najaf, in Iraq, it's a democratic model. One, they are fearful of return of authoritarianism. They are fearful of any general who will come back. But, and they say, Najaf was known as a quietist ideal, unlike Vilayat-e-Faqih in Iran, which said we are going to take over and we will define what Iran is going to be. Najaf was always saying, no, we are very proud of our religious tradition, but quietism. But today, can you do any major thing in Iraq without Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Sistani saying it? So even in that quietism, they have a huge influence. So role of religion, I'm just using this example to make a case after my main case on authoritarianism to understand Indonesia, Bangladesh, and then make a case for Pakistan. Don't be apologetic about the role of religion. It's part and parcel of your society. Rather than it being hijacked by the extremists, you start taking it, incorporating it, learning the ideals. There's no shame in using those references. And last but not the least, the balance of power factor. Bangladesh was dealing with, China versus US. Indonesia also had that. Iraq, on one end, it is blamed for not totally wrong reasons of huge influence from Iran. But the Iraqi Prime Minister, when he comes to Washington, DC, I see all kinds of protocols, and he being very smart in how they will engage with the United States. And one of the previous prime ministers is, all Iraqis will tell you, the rumors say, they said, Adil Abdul Mehdi, one of the finest Iraqi politicians. They believe he was ousted because he was drifting too much towards China. So this balance of power capability, this is all three things are extremely important for Pakistan. I would frame Pakistan not necessarily as a middle power, as a rising Muslim power or a leading Muslim power. I genuinely believe Pakistan's intellectual capability, Pakistan's defense capability is far stronger than Indonesia or any other comparable Muslim nation. So your strengths build on your strengths. That's how I would frame it.
I think that's a great, way to look at the future and the kind of focus or the intended focus today, Adil Bhai, is of course, what 2025 might look like. And of course, not just 2025. I think that framing of 25 to 35 is a really interesting one. For Pakistan, I think it goes all the way to 47. I think we're in the midst of, the biggest demographic sort of, dividend, so to speak, at least in terms of numbers that we have. And so there are a lot of things that can go Pakistan's way. But I want to go back to the theme of middle powers, because of course we've talked about Muslim majority countries, we've talked about the Muslim world writ large, but the world is much larger, and of course, just like this west to east distinction and variation, you also have that in the wider world. You have essentially countries that seem to be in demographic and social and political decline in Western Europe. But then you have countries like India and China as the big ones, but countries like Singapore, countries in particular like South Korea, that are in no way in any real decline, even though in some of these countries the demography is very similar to what we see in Western Europe. What's the kind of distinguishing dynamic? Why is it that these countries that have not been great bastions of freedom or democracy always, and have really struggled with their systems of governance, especially from a Western framing, why are they so much more optimistic today? I would include the Middle East. I think Saudi Arabia, the UAE, these are places where young people not only are excited about the future, but many people from many countries are going to these countries because they're excited about the future of those places. How did this happen? How did Europe go from being what it was, this kind of magnet for talent and ideas and optimism, to places like Saudi Arabia and Singapore replacing them? And how much of this is connected to our wider conversation?
Sure. I would also like to connect to some of the ideas
yes, please,
but maybe I'll first respond to your questions and then link back. Now, this is a very broad question, but I have a few reflections more broadly. I'll add to the list of countries Vietnam as well.
Sure.
And let me talk about these sort of emerging powers. I think we have to think beyond the prism of democracy per se.
Okay.
I think we have to think about bargaining structures, the ability to harness and manage diversity, which places like Indonesia really did well. And we need to think about decentralization. I mean, these two places, Vietnam and China, are centralized places. They are not democracies by any stretch of imagination, but they set up important competitive struggles on the ground in the economic domain, in the political domain, and create incentive structures for regional, local elites to partake in a larger game. And they have interesting bargaining structures that give them resilience. So I think that's really, really important also for Pakistan, and we'll come to that in a minute. The second thing that people rarely talk about in this country is that in many of these experiences, you have a common purpose. A state does not exist without a common purpose. A civil service doesn't exist without a common purpose, right? And what we are facing in this country, for example, is a crisis of legitimacy. For that, even to keep the militaries intact. I mean, why did the Syrian military just melt away? Because they didn't have a common purpose. If you go to Vietnam, look at the way policymakers are making decisions. If you speak with the Chinese, if you speak with Malaysians, they have a common purpose of where they're going, and they have a new way of harnessing the diversity of these countries. Indonesia, by the way, few people would know that one of the persons who played a really important role in the early religious experience, religious thought, was none other than Dr. Fazlur Rahman, who was a Pakistani, who was had to leave Pakistan. He was teaching at Chicago, and he had very detailed interactions with Indonesian intellectuals. But that's a conversation for another time. Now, the other thing about these middle powers is that they have strong regional linkages. Hassan talked about Indonesia. One of the things that the Indonesian military regime did before, the financial crisis and other, is that when it signed the free trade agreement, it quickly created benefits for a key segment of the business class who were exporters, and created a new coalition with the exporter class, which stabilized it. Where Pakistan is stuck is that the military has 2 or 3 major alliances. It had historically an alliance with the landed aristocracy, with protectionist business lobbies, and now with the real estate brokers. If you want to move this country forward, the military has to forge a new alliance with the productive classes of the society, and those classes that are integrated in global economy, to take this country out of this equilibrium. This is what Indonesia really managed very well, because when they signed these free trade agreements, they strengthened a new exporter class, which became the guarantor of this process of liberalization. And linked to this was the idea of regional trade, because all of these states, you look at Singapore, you look at Malaysia, Indonesia, Turkey, Brazil, all these places are emphasizing regional integration. Because as we move away from the world of hyper-globalization, there's a lot more space to explore in terms of regional trade connectivity. You cannot think about the Indonesian experiment or the Vietnamese experiment without looking at ASEAN.
ASEAN.
The biggest investor
absolutely.
today in Vietnam is Korean.
Yeah.
Those were the firms that were coming in, right? And when we talked about Afghanistan, again, our approach of dealing with Afghanistan or Iran, all these places, is purely strategic.
Yeah.
We are not looking at what type of economic potential exists there to harness. You talked about Iraq. I was a peer reviewer for a World Bank report on Iraq, and I was surprised. Pakistan is the 3rd largest trade partner of Iraq. Is this discussed here in Islamabad? Right? All of that is happening through informal channels.
Yeah.
We used to have the RCD, the Regional Cooperation for Development, and if there was any time to resume that connectivity between Pakistan, Iran, and Turkey, and Iraq in the middle, now is the time for that.
Yeah.
And what the world that we are now entering is what I call the clash of connectivities. There are different visions of who should connect with whom, right? We see India, for example, connecting with the Middle East. There are other visions, competing visions of who should connect with whom. This is the world. But as Naseem mentioned, while the world is busy with these things, we are stuck in our internal crisis. And remember, some of the biggest nationalist moments were moments when big powers were distracted. At the time of the Indian independence movement, both in Pakistan and India, that was the time of the World War, when big powers were distracted in other things, and there was a little space for you to carve out. We are entering into a similar moment where the big powers are kind of distracted in larger competition. We have new spaces emerging, but in order to make use of those spaces, we shouldn't be internally distracted. So that's one part of your of the answer there to your question. The Western side of the question is also very interesting, and I think there globalization is a really important element to think about, because what we've seen in the West, both in Europe but particularly in the US and UK, I would say, you had the emergence of these new coastal elites or central elites. You have the London Greater Region, you have the East Coast elites in the US, who benefited more or less from this process of global integration. But industry, Midwest and the South, in UK, for example, you'd see the North and the South, they're really very different poles. A recent book by my colleague Paul Collier, Left Behind, really talks about that dynamic in the way in which many of these places were left behind. So that's on the economic front. On the political front, unfortunately, a lot of these elites tried to distract the eyes of the local debate, away from these local inequalities towards Islamic. Because the idea was there's a worker. He should not look at the privileges of the elites. He should not look at the inequalities produced by this globalized system. Instead, they should be distracted away to the and there is a real constituency, political constituency. You know, the question that Europe faces today want to deal with it.
So this is,
Fascinating.
I mean, this
Really
is,
fascinating.
and again,
Yeah,
this
yeah.
is why, like,
Wow.
4 hours. I want to pick up on this point of migration, but kind of zoom into Pakistan and connect it to this larger competition between connectivities, because I think that's a brilliant frame. On the one hand, Pakistan talks to the European Union, both hands outstretched. Which means that the European Union paying Greece to keep Pakistanis off the shores of Europe, which includes the death of Pakistani
People
illegal
lying.
migrants, so to speak. This is not a topic that Pakistan negotiates with the EU because Pakistan is too busy asking. So that's one element of this, and I connect that immediately to Pakistan's behavior at the SCO, Pakistan's behavior in many other regional fora, where it seems to be that essentially Pakistan looks to Moscow, looks to Beijing, and looks to Washington, and tries to figure out what its position and posture in those framings should be. And yet, as Dr. Malik has just framed, Pakistan has a lot going for it, but it doesn't seem to have those ingredients that he talked about. He talked about a bargaining structure, which we'll talk about in a second, but he also talked about an absence of national purpose, which I found fascinating. Is it being too negative to say that absent a national purpose, of course, the only engagement we have with the EU is a survivalist mindset, where you're just trying to get the GSP plus and keep it going, as opposed to arguing for the lives of your people? When you go to the SCO, you're not going to be thinking about regional trade arrangements or regional security arrangements, which is what SCO is for. You'll be thinking about what does Moscow want us to do, what does Beijing want us to do. So this kind of weakness, and of course you made the point that it's anchored in internal division. But is that internal division further anchored in the absence of national purpose? I just want you to talk about national purpose.
Yeah.
Have we lost our way, or is there some way to retune Pakistan to a core national purpose?
Well, just before I go to that, I think Dr. Malik, I would say that it's not Europe alone. I think in every country, including Pakistan, the elite is busy kind of making sure that people are distracted from the core challenges that we face. I guess in terms of Pakistan's just on connectivity, literally where we are located, sky's the limit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay?
Yeah.
So let's just look at what we've been doing on Afghanistan. Today, and I've been at seminars where I've seen this, in different countries. Today, Moscow, China, and India sound like Afghan envoys of the Afghan Taliban government,
Yep.
right? Whereas Pakistan, yes, of course, you have a challenge. The challenges we face, the threats we face are far graver than all the other countries. But how are we tackling it? And Afghanistan is critical to our connectivity. I think that coming to a minor point, but significant appointment of Mohammad Sadiq, Ambassador Mohammad Sadiq, tells us that there's some rethink finally that you can't go and box the Taliban. I mean, you have to engage, right? You can't have you can't use force. So this is kind of a minuscule level where we're missing out on the details and on the steps that we take. Musharraf, I hear the Pakistani delegations and ministers, whether they're at the SCO, whether they're talking to the EU, etc., seem to be saying the right things. But the problem is, the real problem is, start looking at the steps that are being taken at home. Just on IT, yesterday I read a report in one of the papers where they were saying that the government is considering two levels at which they're going to deal with this problem of internet, etc. That they're going to submit this proposal to the cabinet that the speed of the internet for the export processing zones where the IT is,
STCA,
is going to be faster than for the rest of the world. Are they living in the cave era? I mean, what is this level of comprehension? I think that we are dealing with, this, I would say to you that if you had people in this country making sense and, giving people the confidence that they mean business for the people of Pakistan at all levels, whether economic, security, ideological, giving space, etc. It's not a nation, it's not a lost nation. There still is the ability to coalesce together when there is sane steps and conversation. I think that, for example, this government is trying. It's trying. I mean, the way this Prime Minister works 22 hours a day maybe, but it doesn't help because there is the fault lines here as far as the people are concerned are very serious and they are just getting deeper and deeper. And no society, your Tabadlab will not be run if there isn't legitimacy, credibility, competence and accountability.
So just to address that, because I think it's an important point, I often frame this in the opposite manner. I say that if Pakistan becomes even marginally functional as a country and as an economy, firms like Tabadlab will be at every street corner and we will all make enormous amounts of money because the potential of this economy and our people is, Naseem, it's unlimited. Like I deal with young people, the talent that we're dealing, and so when I think of middle power, I agree with Hassan. Middle power is an underselling of Pakistan's actual potential.
I agree with you, but here, Musharraf, the point is then if this is the potential, then we must ask ourselves, why are people leaving Pakistan? I mean, it is painful for me wherever I go, the youngsters are talking about leaving. And if you, there are facts and figures I'm not good at, but I've been reading reports in the last 2 weeks where the figures are alarming in terms of people migrating from here, looking for, whether they're looking to get away from here because they're saying they're politically being discriminated against, or whether it's for economic reasons. So the question is that a society, and as Dr. Malik said and as Dr. Hassan Abbas said, a society is managed, a state and society, based on certain structures, certain institutions, there got to be basic rules of the game, right? Rules of the game have, and when you're looking at a country, 5th largest population, then the rules of the game has to, sharpening them and evolving them has to be a continuing process, which means that some minds in the positions of power have to be thinking of how to, negotiating power, how do you do that, how you keep it together, how do you so what I'm saying is, where is and law and credibility and legitimacy, where are the courts today? What are we looking at? We are looking at power battles. Putting it very crassly, you're looking at power battles. Although, like everybody, whether when Nawaz Sharif was in power, Mia Nawaz Sharif, and whether you look at the road networks, whether you look at IT communication, and whether you're looking at trying to open up in the region, and we talk about regional connectivity as if it was discovered in the 21st century in Pakistan. Don't forget, the ECO summit was held by Nawaz Sharif, Mia Nawaz Sharif, in Quetta in 1994. But at that time, we were too busy saying, no, it's just, geostrategy that matters. So, Nawaz Sharif tried to do that, but he wanted to be also Amirul Momineen. Then you had Jan Musharraf doing whatever he wanted to do, and then you had Imran Khan, who also wanted to look at what's happening, going to Saudi Arabia and looking at the power that is in the hands of MBS and kind of trying to see what can be done, a longer period of power. And now you have a situation where the belief is that we have all the answers and we will do what it takes to ensure that. So whether it is midnight knocks or whether it is court manipulation, whether it's this is unprecedented. This, we have seen excesses in this country. What we're seeing now is unprecedented, and we can't shut our eyes to that. We can talk in terms of where we are headed and where we can go, but until and unless we get this right, and I hope there is a realization that this way we can drag on. Pakistan is not going to khuda na khasta collapse, because countries drag on, but our potential, where we can be, and that's the critical factor.
If I had to force you to choose between, is the issue of unfulfilled potential or is the issue of a real risk? Let me put it differently, just framing it back to the original framing.
Yeah.
Is the issue that we could be and we won't become or even surpass Indonesia, or is the issue that we might become Syria or Iraq? If you had to choose one of those,
I'll tell you,
what's the bigger priority?
Yeah, I think that I think it's both potential, certainly, but I don't underestimate the way we have seen major armies in the Muslim world being systematically defanged.
So I was hoping you would say that.
Yeah, so
because I want to take that question.
Yeah,
to
just
us.
very quickly, I just want to tell you that in the late 80s, when I was at Fletcher, the Israeli Defense Force Journal, one would see monthly, and Musharraf every second month on the front page I would read Iraq, the major threat, Iraq army. So there is, and you've had some of these people saying on, I think was General Clark or somebody saying it on record that this was the plan, remove this army. So Pakistan can't be complacent on that front also. So if for no reason, keep that threat in mind and fix ourselves inside.
So I was hoping she would say that. I have if I was to take that, Hasan Bhai, and ask you what this military is supposed to do, because it's clear that it is in the line of sight of global affairs, for lack of a better term. But it's also clear that many middle powers have engaged in the kind of, let's call it, for lack of a better term, authoritarian public policy, whether it's with regards to the internet, or it's with regards to freedom of speech, or it's with regards to the system of governance. I think Adil Bhai was quite right that a lot of countries have progressed without democracy, but none have progressed without a sense of national purpose and some bargaining structure. The issue is that in the framing of Naseem, and I know she's not doing this, but just to hyper kind of characterize it, a free-for-all kind of democratic system, which maybe doesn't exist anywhere, is certainly not about to emerge here. So what is the actual answer? Restrictions on the internet are not something that are unique to Pakistan. What is the way forward here? How is this unique country with this unique potential, but also with this unique vulnerability, supposed to finagle its way out of what it seems like being stuck in the middle, but not in middle power, almost like middle non-power? This is a real dilemma. I know it's a question maybe nobody has an answer to, but I do want you to just expound on what your thoughts are. as far as the balance?
Fascinating conversation and great ideas. Just often I was thinking, if there's keeping in view the ground realities, but for a second forgetting about the ground realities, which is the hardcore reality, the military as a strong institution, for a second forget about it on the side. And if there's a way forward, if there's a way, I don't know how, I would hand over this country to the young people in this country. And I'll give you an example. Maybe I'm influenced by my last 15 days in Pakistan. I addressed students in Gujarat Law School. I went to a Koda Khatak, talked to the religious students who had come from Afghanistan, very different audience. Yesterday, talked to students from Qaid Azam University here in Black Hole. And I was trying to explain this just before this conversation to Dr. Adil. He said, how has been the trip? And I said something, and then he added, and I'm borrowing his sentence. I said to him, I am so fascinated by the potential of the young people who had best answers to so many questions. And he said, and I borrow from you with your permission, he said, even the students here are ahead of their faculty. So I don't know how, what would the mechanism would be, and I don't know how other than move towards real democratic order will that be possible. But somehow, in some shape or form, the potential, the energy, the brilliance of the young people, and there's no reason to be politically correct in this, there's no benefit for anyone to say this. What mechanism, what bargaining structures you will find to get the young people more empowered? That is one way. Secondly, stepping back to the previous conversation, linking with this idea, I'm thinking this absence of national, what was the phrase, national purpose, beautifully framed. I would slightly tweak it by saying absence of, this failure to think about our identity. I know books have been written on this issue, this has become a cliche in some sense, but no, I think we are back to the drawing table. We are confused about our identity. Identity in an ideological sense, and identity, is this a democracy? Or do we really want to be a national security state? National security state, then let's do it properly, the national security state formula. Because
But
if that's the
Asim, I'm always fascinated by this debate, and I think we end up, in a sense, corroding to this state and I do think it's corrosive, right? Because I'm not sure the 0-1 really works. Like, I think you can be respectful and integrative of young voices without being a free-for-all Wild West democracy. Because look, there are threats and vulnerabilities that legitimately are the concern of the authorities. How do you, maybe to bring this to the, is it not possible to have some measure of national security concern reflected in a system that places, even demographically, 27 is the median age in this country. So it's not about political correctness. This country belongs to people below the age of 30. Old people have no business running this country just on the numbers. Is it not possible to frame a system? Because frankly, Indonesia is run again by one of its generals. General Wijojo's sort of formula has really worked. The military has not been demonized or relegated to the barracks. It's just engaged with society in a different way. So among all the Mohammed bin Salman and Saudi Arabia, certainly not guilty of being democratic, certainly guilty of integrating its young energy into the core of society. Why isn't that possible for Pakistan without going to one extreme or the other in the way that Hassan Bhai is framed?
I think it's partly to do with the institutional incentive structure. You're now losing the capacity of our country's institutions to think long term and to think beyond private interests. I think we are kind of, the system is blinded, it seems to me, because it cannot see what is visible to everyone. As a social scientist, for example, it's extremely clear to me, especially when I look at the African experience, the Middle Eastern experience, that when you make all institutions of conflict management defunct, whether it's the media, it's the courts, it's electoral politics, it's election commission, you invite what social scientists would describe as sovereignty contesting forms of violence. because you shut off all avenues.
This is the bargaining structure
This
you were
is the
talking
bargaining
about.
structure. So
Yeah.
we need that bargaining structure, and that's the starting point of insurgencies. Now, if you ask me what's happening in Balochistan or in FATA, if you conduct any basic social science analysis, which there are many think tanks here in Islamabad, if they were to conduct, just hire young people to say what has happened in Africa, what has happened in the Middle East, just draw out implications, it will be straightforwardly clear. But I think the issue becomes one of institutional incentive structure, because the actors cannot think beyond their nose. And this happened also in Iraq, when the way in which power was divided, if you are a Sunni or a Shia or a Kurd, you cannot think beyond creating general interest institutions becomes very, very difficult. So I think we have to first restore the capacity of our institutions to think in their own interest first. I don't think the most powerful institution in this country, the military, is no longer thinking in its own interest, to be honest. Because if it were thinking in its own interest, it would be doing all those things, creating bargaining structure, creating a fiscally viable state, creating a productive sector, right? Increasing our integration in the region. So I think we really need to think institutionally and see how we can restore the nation's thinking nervous system and create an environment where actors are sufficiently constrained and they can think beyond their narrow interests. That is the problem.
Do you want to come back on that? Because I think that relates very deeply to kind of the point you've made.
True, no, absolutely, and he has actually refined and said it better than me. And that's what, in a sense, I meant. The strength of the established institutions should be used as an asset. No one is making a case that your established institution, military in this case, yet you get either away with it or reduce its capability. If anything, in this global arena where the security issues are so severe, you need a strong army. I have no doubts about it. Without a strong army, there is no strong Pakistan. And again, this is because you have invested in an institution. However, I would like to know which army in the world, I have to be a little crude in the way I'm putting it, has done well in these fiscal policies and these economies. Do you teach economy in military academies? I don't think it's not about capacity. It's about the mindset. That's why I think what was rightly mentioned was building those connections with those alliances. But alliances also, for an open free market economy, only institutions which believe in free thinking will be able to enable that. So it will have to be a new model. This hybrid model idea will not work. It will have to be a combination, because this age, my age bracket, or the middle-aged folks, I think, especially those who are representing my main argument in bureaucracy, and I say that as a former police officer from Pakistan and part of the bureaucracy, although 25 years ago, I've another strong statement, but I mean it. I have absolutely no confidence in the capability of bureaucracy in this country. The multiple efforts to reform have failed. And without that capability of your bureaucratic institutions or your these government officials in all these departments, the greed and corruption has mounted. Every second person I talk to, I'm sorry if I am being candid and not putting it in a politically correct way, every second person I talk to want a house in Istanbul or Dubai. From where are they? Are they landlords or big businessmen? They're all corrupt. Corruption has gone deep into your state structures, in official circles. What good you find out of them? Will they reform themselves?
So I mean, to that point then, Naseem, it sounds like there is consensus among the three of you that the real issue here is not so much that Pakistan won't reach its potential. The real issue here is what, I've been thinking about and what I would frame as the great dismantling. That you have a moment of dismantling state structures, institutional incentives, whilst you are missing a national purpose. So you can have a dismantling if you have a national purpose and bargaining structures, because that's how you renew and build anew. But how do you build anew or renew when there's no cohesive, adhesive, coagulating force or entity, and all you have is statements. The defense minister yesterday said exactly what Hassan Bhai said here. It may or may not be controversial, and I guess we'll find out when people watch. But it's hard to argue that there isn't some truth to the urgent need for some measure of dismantling of these civilian structures that are clearly not delivering for the people. But isn't that so risky to talk about this in the absence of something that binds us together, Naseem?
Yeah, I mean, I've been listening to this conversation. I think 2-3 things are clear. Number one, I mean, this kind of conversation, hand Pakistan to the young or to the old, I mean, it really means very little to me, frankly speaking. No country in the world throughout history has moved anywhere without a process, without objectives, without institutions. And we have seen that General Musharraf and General Ziaul Haq and others. So the army has had its turn, it has tried and it has failed. And with all the good intentions today, the army is not succeeding. Army is really, the force behind what is happening right now in Pakistan in terms of the governments, etc. And I don't think that we can continue on this path if we factor in all the challenges that we've spoken about. I don't think that the thought process is there. I like what Dr. Adil said in terms of, the institutions have to be thinking institutions. I do believe that it is certainly not in the army's interest, but I'm concerned more broadly about Pakistan's interest. Pakistan's interest, has to be, I mean, it's not a question of what do we want to do. You have a constitution in this country. You have a constitution where things are put out clearly. We've got to start with some rules. We've got to start without rules. It's not a question of, this organization should do that. This ad hocism, this reactiveness, this power struggle has really been the undoing and inability of Pakistan fulfilling its potential. After all, we must ask ourselves, why in the 90s was Indian finance minister saying, look at what Pakistan is doing, look at the opening up here. We keep getting derailed. I think we are obviously not Saudi Arabia. We can't be MBS. We shouldn't be MBS. We are Pakistan. We have a history. We have rules. We have regulations. We have a constitution. We have a process. And that process has to be followed. We have no example in Pakistan other than when we look at Ayub Khan's period, when too much money has come in from the West because we were part of some global struggle. We have not had stability, we have not had progress. And so bringing in military, if you're suddenly looking for stability and saying, bring in the military, we're saying reform, bring in the military. Is it working, Musharraf? We've been hearing for the last year and a half that Saudi Arabia is going to come with this $1 billion, this $1 billion. Today, Saudi Arabia is at the cutting edge of the way finance has to work in the world. They have asked us, send us your people, we will train your people. Remember that Saudi Arabia and UAE were countries where Pakistan went in when nobody else was that welcomed. And indeed, our security setups gave us a context in which we could have done tons with in UAE and Saudi Arabia. And where is Pakistan today? UAE, every second person I talk to is saying getting a visa to the UAE for Pakistanis is becoming difficult. We have to ask ourselves, where are we going? And no shortcuts, but urgency, yes. Absolutely, urgency. When we say, Mia Nawaz Sharif has 100 problems, and see where his party is taking the country right now, and he's quiet, which is an issue. But if you're talking practically, you have to have somebody like Nawaz Sharif who had the potential to be a statesman. Bring everybody around the table. You can't have Imran Khan sit in jail when you have the kind of vote he got. Forget about following. I don't want to be populist. You have a system, you had elections, you did everything to make sure that he doesn't win. And I am not for Imran Khan. I mean, I don't have a vote for Imran Khan. But it's not Pakistan today.
But I also think it's interesting that one feels the need to caveat, and I do too.
I have to,
make
because
this.
otherwise I'll
understand.
tell you, otherwise on social media, the abuse I get from PTI, from PMLN and from others.
But I think alhamdulillah, everyone here is strong enough to not let that worry.
No,
I
it's
think
not
there was a
worrying.
time that social media was reflective of
Yeah.
something. I don't think it reflects
Very
anything.
sorry, Musharraf, last very quick question, very quick comment. You talked about social media that world over, I mean, the kind of systems that are being put in place in every advanced country to deal with problem of social media is there, and Pakistan should too. But the problem with Pakistan is that its purpose of putting controls is not to decrease instability, etc., and whatever the downside of social media. It is part of a political battle, and that's.
And I think that absent that consensus, because I do think people are reasonable. I think ultimately Pakistanis might be the most reasonable people on the planet. The tolerance that the ordinary Pakistani has for state ingress is remarkable. So it's hard to disagree with anything you say, Naseem, but especially so when you say it so forcefully. I'm constantly being hounded about the lack of time, but I did want to just go through a real quick summary. To my mind, what I take away from this conversation is that 2025 cannot be a good year for a middle power that doesn't have a bargaining structure, that doesn't have a national purpose, and that doesn't exhibit or demonstrate the kind of urgency that we heard Naseem articulate. What else should we be looking for in 2025 for middle powers in general and Pakistan specifically? We'll go from Hassan to Naseem to, we'll end with you, Doctor.
Two things to realize. One, status quo will be devastating. This realization that the way things are working, both in the regional global arena, I think Pakistan's thinking, and domestically. And secondly, I would say step back, rethink and reflect about who you want to be.
Identity.
Brilliant.
Naseem?
I don't think there's an identity issue in Pakistan at all. I mean, I think that the issue in Pakistan is certainly in terms of institutions and, a system that's going to be functioning and is contemporary at a time when there are issues, serious issues of climate challenge, of what the internet does and the discontentment and.
But just to connect the national purpose and the identity issue, to me, are kind of the same. I think you have to be who you are, and I'm not sure Pakistan is willing.
I'm not sorry, Musharraf, to interrupt, but I don't even understand that question, frankly speaking. What I understand is that there's a society and a state, and they have to they have certain objectives and goals, and they have to function in a particular way with, taking all stakeholders along. Incentives should be there. I mean, pretty much what Dr. Malik said. And the rest of the issues, till the cows come home, we will be talking about, identity and culture and religion, which is fine. But I don't think those are in any way compelling issues today. Religion is private, and then it becomes political in the collective context. But for Pakistan, I think, I hope, inshallah, in 2025, there will be coming together of stakeholders, political as well, and some understanding that we have to play by certain rules. Ad hocism cannot work, and it's going to be a major problem in terms of global system. I think for middle powers, I think it's a good time. I think they will have more leverage, they will have more negotiating power, because I don't see wars taking in terms of the two major powers, but the tensions between them is going to give space to middle powers to actually negotiate and move on.
Brilliant. I think that last point really important as well, opportunity.
Yeah. So I'll just sort of in the same way, I would say it's slightly different words, but exactly the same idea that Naseem Sahiba has elaborated, which is we need a new political settlement, and we need to have an absolute clarity that to manage a large, ethnically diverse state where distributional conflict is intensifying, failure of politics means the failure of nation. And we really should have an absolute clarity on that question. And there are all these spaces available, but I also find this as a very creative moment for Pakistan, because all the people that I've been talking about are unanimously saying, look, this is unsustainable. That gives me hope that something new could be built on this new awareness.
I think on that note of hope, let me just express my profound gratitude. Just such a gift of a conversation, and all three of you sort of responsible for it. Dr. Adil Malik, Naseem Zahra Saiba, Dr. Hassan Abbas, thank you again. I hope you'll keep coming back. And I hope the audience...
Thank you, Musharraf. This was great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, thank you. I hope the audience took away as much from this as I did. And I do think that 2025 is a time of great opportunity, inshallah, not just for Pakistan, but for the countries of this region, especially the Central Asian countries, but also the whole world. So inshallah, with that note of optimism, we'll see you at the next conversation very soon. Thank you and Khuda Hafiz. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Musharraf Zaidi here at your service once again. The second session at our 2025 summit is, we've titled it A Playbook for Citizens. And really, this is the conversation in which we wanted to explore what this year will be like for the ordinary citizen across the developing world, but especially here in Pakistan, which again, our home country, and obviously a place that's super important, not just for us as a firm, as Tabadlab, but I think a country that's really important for all the other countries in the region and many countries beyond the region. How citizens feel, what their endowment is, what kind of human capital is being invested in them, what kind of human capital they represent. These are really key questions, and ideally, we want 2025 to be a really positive year, and so what would it take for that to come to fruition? Like the previous panel, we think we have a wonderful group of really, really smart people, enlightened folks that can help guide this conversation. I'm joined by Dr. Ahmad Malik, who is currently at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, was previously at William and Mary College, and is a global authority on, in particular, development finance, but especially how China provides development aid and financing around the world. Also really privileged to be joined by Azima Chima. Azima is a researcher and a pollster, and for the last several years has led Verso Consulting and has done numerous studies on how citizens engage with the state, both here in Pakistan, in Africa, in the Middle East, and in Afghanistan. And we're privileged to be joined, in my case, once again, a frequent sort of partner in conversation, the former finance minister and health minister in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Taimur Jhagra Khan. So let's begin without much further ado. I wanted to start with you, Dr. Malik, because at some level, this question of what a citizen is getting out of a country has to be undergirded by something. Some people think that that should be rights. Some people think it should be voice. Other people think it should be entitlements. Others think it should be public services. But no matter which of those it is, the one thing that states and countries need is the ability to pay for whatever they're providing. So if it's security, you got to pay for it. If it's rights, you have to have a system of, enforcement, again, that you have to pay for. If it's education, it's health, it's nice swimming pools, it's nice roads, nice cars, nice hospitals and airports. All of these things need money. And to my mind, based on what we've seen over the last 2 or 3 years, especially after COVID, a lot of money is drying up around the world. So I just wanted to ask whether you could illuminate our thinking on the financing aspect of how citizens live their lives.
Musharraf, as I reflect on 2024 and think ahead of 2025, one of the standout data points that I've been thinking about has to do with the net flow of financing from rich to poor countries. So developed countries transferring funds in different ways to developing countries. And I think 2023 was a pivotal moment because this is the first time in recent memory that net financial transfers actually went negative. So what I mean by that is in as late as 2016, rich countries transferred about $200 billion worth of development financing and other financing to low and middle income countries. But in 2023, $50 billion is actually going to transfer back to rich countries. And that is because there was a lot of infrastructure financing that happened in the mid-2010s. It was a low interest rate environment. Interest rates have gone up. Economically, countries are stagnating. So I think this is a pivotal moment for us to reflect on what that actually means for citizens in developing countries.
But I want you to repeat that because I really want the audience for it to land with the audience. 2025 will be the first year in a long time, or was it 2023?
2023 is already that year where net financial transfers have gone negative. So more money is actually leaving developing countries than arriving in developing countries net. And this number is only going to increase. We have projected at the One campaign, it's a aid advocacy group based out of London. They've projected that this is going to increase to 50 billion in 2024. And I think that is really, it's a soul-searching moment for us, because this era where developing countries were sitting and waiting on foreign donors to come and set the agenda, provide the financing from development, I think that era might be over. And on top of that, if you look around in Europe, in the United States, the way the politics is working out, a lot of governments are not going to be in the mood to dole out big development financing checks to developing countries anymore.
Well, lots of Trump cabinet picks, Ahmad, are already talking about shutting down U.S. aid. There's Labor, which was expected to renew its 0.7% of GDP contribution to ODA, to Overseas Development Aid, they have basically broken that long-standing, 3-decade-long promise. So there's already signs. What does this mean for a country like Pakistan?
So what this means is, like, if you look at the 75 poorest countries in the world, according to the same analysis, $185 billion were spent just in debt servicing. Pakistan is one of them. And that means that these countries combined spend more on debt servicing than on health, education, and infrastructure. That's 7.5% of their entire GDP. So this means that countries have a real fiscal squeeze. Their ability to spend on development has really suffered as a result of this fiscal pressure. And I think this is going to show up in our conversation today and for the future of service delivery, because essentially that's the relationship between a state and its citizens. It is the essentials of service delivery. And if countries are not going to have the fiscal space to continue to spend on that, and development financing from abroad is not going to land in the same way, I think there has to be a conversation about fundamental reforms and changes in the way governments are run.
Taimur, want to bring the conversation to you. You, of course, handled the, I think, incredibly difficult responsibility of health and finance at maybe the most complex time in our memory, in our lifetime, certainly, which was through the COVID period. And whatever the politics was around that, and I'm sure you'll address some of that, I wanted maybe for you to start with reflecting on your time as minister and how you dealt with the challenge of financing. At some level, I think the argument some people in Pakistan might make is, look, provinces don't have a financing problem because of the NFC, and so this development financing thing is really a question for federal decision makers. What are your sort of reflections on your time as minister and this new challenge that has emerged in terms of global financing flows?
Well, look, I think that while what Amar said is correct, that there are a couple of ways of addressing the problem, right? I think if we look at what citizens expect and what actually leads to a sense of citizens in any country or society being content, it's probably a combination of A, quality of life, B, the services that the state provides to those citizens through whatever model, and C, a sense of, for lack of a better word, freedom, right? And by freedom, I mean what you see or what we typically experience through the times that we've lived in Western societies, on a sense of security, a sense of being able to say what you want, a sense of the law protecting you. I think a combination of these three things being in place at different levels allows a society or citizenry to be content, or at least their perception of it, right? And perhaps sometimes one of these factors being further developed than the other can mitigate, right? So take, for example, examples of countries such as Singapore or the smaller countries in the GCC, so the likes of the UAE or Qatar, where we may not have the sort of freedom that, say, Western societies or what we would like to think of as democracies do, but they're compact with their citizens in terms of what they deliver, right? Perhaps makes up for that. It's less visible in more complex societies, even when they are small, in the same region, such as, say, Bahrain. I think, though, that coming to what you asked, right, I think that this can be addressed at different levels. And let me take it in Pakistan. I think the folly that decision makers in Islamabad, whether in the federal government or whether in the apparatus of state that tends to sometimes have a greater role than the government itself, think is that that decision making can happen from Islamabad. It's first not possible, right? And second, it's an incorrect model, right? Because so much of what actually happens and is delivered as close to the coal face of what citizens experience as possible. And that's where I think the role of a provincial government or a provincial finance minister comes into place. I think the first thing, so if you ask me to reflect on my time, the 2 or 3 conclusions that I drew from my time was, one is, it's absolutely right that we need to try and deliver services that increase the credibility of citizenry in the state. And every time we did that effectively, for example, through the Sehat Card, our universal health insurance program, I think it did more than actually provide a benefit to the citizens of Pakhtunkhwa. It increased their trust in the state. The second thing that I think you can do is to actually lead the way in terms of utilizing or transferring what you get from the international community. And I think in that sense, the difference between having a mindset where you work with donors because the donors are giving you some money and you just want that money to come in, and 2, whether large or small, you want your donors or development partners to assist your agenda. I think you will find that if you adopt the second model, you will both get more done, and the quantum of financing available to you or not through the international community will be less relevant. And we certainly tried to do that through COVID. And I think to pick another problem where I believe, and I'd love to actually talk about this in some more detail, but it's a separate session. The reason why there are pockets in the world where we don't address a problem such as polio is because I don't think that the governments that are actually addressing it are addressing it for themselves. They're addressing it because organizations such as the Gates Foundation or UNICEF or other international organizations are pumping in a bit of money to get them to eradicate polio. And so they go through the rights, but we never actually eradicate the problem. So if you make that shift, you can actually deliver more. And I think the third conclusion, and we've talked a lot about this, is that while this answer may be different for different countries, but I think in a place like Pakistan is the role of federalism, right? One person does not know better than everyone else. Islamabad is not best placed to decide for the entire country. And so if you actually accept that principle, and whenever we have done as a country, we've moved a little bit forward in terms of our national development and the contentness of citizenry in terms of owning the concept of Pakistan, because they feel that Pakistan accepts their vision of who they are, right? I think that takes us forward and takes the citizen state compact forward. When we don't accept it, it has exactly the opposite effect. And unfortunately, I think Pakistan's history is littered with a mindset in the center that seems to think that federalism is a centrifugal force that will tear the country apart rather than create space for the different elements of the country to stick together.
Since we are talking about the citizen, before I come to you, Azima, because I think a lot of questions emerged that I think you're best placed to answer, but I did want to maybe not challenge, but certainly posit your thesis back to you. If somebody in Islamabad doesn't know better for the Peshawar Valley or for the people of Karachi, then certainly somebody in Karachi or somebody in Lahore or somebody in Peshawar doesn't know better for the people of Jacobabad or the people of Miyawali or the people of Kadak or Bannu. So when subnational governments have had the opportunity to govern relatively autonomously, they haven't really demonstrated any alignment with that principle outside of Islamabad doesn't know better. Then somehow Peshawar becomes kind of the central government, and there's no further devolution of either administrative or fiscal or political powers. I know there have been different models in KP, in Sindh and Punjab, but I think if we're having an honest conversation, those have really been forced by judicial intervention. Why does that gap exist amongst folks that I think principally do believe in federalism? But I think the federalism gets kind of limited to the provincial capitals as opposed to going further towards a local governance model.
So first of all, I think on a lighter note, certainly in a place like Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, whereas there are elements of these models, it almost never gets focused on the provincial capital because there's been no chief minister from the provincial capital in the last 40 odd years, since Arbab Jahangir in 1985, right? So if you were to pick your model, it actually ends up going to where the center of power is.
So
But
we should really then hope that PK 76 kind of emerges as a...
No, that's not my constituency, if that's what you mean. But no, I think that I think this is a question that is a legitimate question, but often posed for illegitimate reasons.
Okay.
And what I mean by that is, this is often posed by people who actually don't want to devolve power,
Yeah.
right, as a means to
Counter,
to stop the devolution of power to provinces and then below. Look, the best example of a unionist or a centralist state not working in Pakistan is FATA. FATA was governed by the center for about 70 years. You tell me the least developed part of Pakistan on the basis of any human development indicators. I mean, Islamabad's been governing it. It should be paradise. It is the exact opposite, right? The second best example of this is Balochistan, which effectively since the troubles over there, again to use a cautious word, since the mid-2000s, has largely been governed with the greatest input from Islamabad and the Pakistani power establishment. It hasn't solved anything. So it is certainly legitimate that we should devolve power below the provinces. And I think that it isn't done for selfish reasons, but that's because of the national psyche. Otherwise, you should actually have a local government system in Islamabad that should be the blueprint for everyone to follow, and where a mayor of Islamabad or a chief minister of Islamabad actually runs the city. And if the center gets that model right, rather than getting the interior minister and the prime minister to run Islamabad, it can actually shame cities like Karachi and Peshawar and Quetta and Lahore into adopting behaviors of local governance. Why doesn't it? Because it's the national psyche to sort of just hoard power to yourself. And the reason that people hoard power to themselves is because in a country with almost no power structures, and the only certainty other than death being the disruption to the continuity of the political system, being that people effectively try and make the most of the time they have, and our governance system doesn't evolve. I think that, Musharraf, and you and I have seen this together though, as checkered as the record of provincial governance is, if you look at what provinces have achieved post 18th Amendment in the areas of health or education, or even in the areas of local government in terms of municipal delivery, I think you will find, and I challenge anyone to do any empirical study, they will find progress that is greater than the center, if you like, controlling any territory, right, through Islamabad.
I think absolutely, and this is
And sorry, just want to give a couple of very quick examples.
If you don't mind, I want to bring Azima in.
In 20 seconds, whether it's the number of teachers hired, whether it's the attempts to make teacher recruitment more meritocratic, whether it is actually a focus to try and get out of school children into school, whether it is similar attempts to either get more doctors into the system or to use alternative delivery mechanisms such as health insurance or public-private partnerships. It's all happened because provinces need to deliver for their people.
This has been a point of agreement and alignment for many years between you and I, Taimur, partly because we've worked on some of this stuff together. Azima, when you have this equation of insecurity in terms of the political power centers in the country, I guess a generic question is, what impact does that have on the citizen-state relationship? And you have now going on at least 2.5 decades of data that you've examined in quite a lot of depth, including as recently as perhaps, if I'm not mistaken, the last couple of months, that looks at citizen-state relations and the confidence citizens have in the system that they're a part of. Where are we on that front today? And of course, the purpose of today's conversation is to look forward, but I think it's important to locate where we are right now.
No, I very happily do that, locating for you, but I think it's very interesting. You proposed this subject, and it's very interesting to me how we've all come at it with different perspectives. You know, Amar's talking about that changing architecture of development financing and what the implications of that are going to be. Taimur's come at it from a perspective of center-periphery relations. And I actually want to bring the generational argument right into the center of this. Look, Pakistan is a very young country, right? And one of the reasons why you have a skewed locus of decision making is because decision makers are considerably older than the constituency for which they are making decisions. Everything that Taimur talked about in terms of center-periphery relations, right, points to this subtext, which I will state quite clearly. You have, at this moment, and this is not specific to Pakistan, but you have youth across the country, across demographics, gravitating towards leaders who look like them, who speak like them, who share their experiences, who are leading some kind of social or political movement, whether that is in Balochistan, whether that is in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, whether that is now in Punjab. And I think that also explains Pakistan's particular populist phenomena that Pakistan has experienced, because you have a young country gravitating towards individuals who appeal to the aspirations of young people. And this is where I want to put Pakistan as, you know, speak specifically on Pakistan's very unique problem. We have had 2 decades of young people who have grown up in the 21st century who have felt quite ostracized from the rest of the world, right? Pakistanis have found it difficult, more difficult than their counterparts from South Asia, to engage in the international community, to compete with the international community, and who have, well, to travel, but also, Musharraf, we are dealing with a generation that has grown up with the internet. They're not used to even digital phones, or you know, or they don't know what to do with an instrument where they have to physically dial. Now, you are dealing with a generation that has lived with a different set of tools, with a different set of reflexes. And at the end of the day, this central question about the state-citizen contract that you have posed rests on a judgment by the citizen on 3 things. And again, there are lots of other things that can be part of this equation, but on 3 things. What are my opportunities? And to assess that, the 3 things are, is the state my friend is the state absent? Or is the state actively standing in my way? So when you, for instance, take a particular measure to degrade the internet and to degrade connectivity, it immediately lessens the opportunity that young people have, whether that means opportunity to engage, whether that means the opportunity to pursue independent kind of livelihoods, or whether that means to pursue innovation, or whether that means to pursue a better pathway for a relationship with the state. You're taking all of those opportunities away from them. And I'm at this point just speaking about the generational divide. I am not speaking about the gender divide within the generational divide. So I think that's perhaps...
If you don't mind, could I
just-
ask you to do that? Because I think that's an integral part
All right,
of this.
sure. I think
because half the citizens, if
Yeah.
we're having a conversation about citizens, half the citizens in the country are of one gender and half
Right.
are of another. So what is that dynamic? How does it play out?
I mean, look, I think what you have is very, very, very few facilities and services that are specifically targeted towards making life easier, making opportunities better for women, right? There's also sort of customary exceptions that are made. You go into an office as a bureaucrat, you go through an airport, for instance, you have to go through a particular designated line. Basically we deliver a lot of segregated services. So the facilities for women are a lot less. A lot of women, in order to interact with the state, have to engage male agents, whether those male agents belong to their families or whether those male agents are whoever is willing to help them out in a safe way. But when it comes to taxation, look, women have lesser access to resources, women have lesser access to assets, and women have performed roles such as homemakers, where a lot of the employment that women engage in is unpaid, right? So when it comes to taxation, women disproportionately gravitate towards the salaried employment because the structures are safer, they are more, they're more available to them. And taxation policy is one area where you absolutely recognize women as just equal citizens without recognizing the structural inequality for women. So I think that's one example. Women have navigated the digital sort of divide by replicating the same sort of structures of parda, for instance, or by replicating the same sort of social boundaries that they would maintain physically in the digital space, and within that they're trying to pursue a lot of employment, right? So they need those opportunities more, and therefore are also disproportionately affected negatively by the kind of controls that have been placed on, the internet. But it comes back to that point about insecurity. Why are these controls? What is the impetus for these controls? It is largely a state anxiety about youth expressing some kind of identity and trying to pursue some kind of conversation with the state vis-a-vis the state's behavior. So we talk a lot about citizen rights, fine. We talk a lot about citizen responsibility. And we talk about state rights within the international system, but what we don't often do, and we don't do enough of, is talk about state responsibility when measures like this are enacted. So I'm going to leave it there.
No, don't leave it there. There's a lot more there to unpack, but I think this is a great segue to what I wanted to ask you, Amar, this fulfillment of responsibility. How are other countries dealing with this? Surely Pakistan isn't the only country that faces a demographic. I think the greatest opportunity any country might have had in my life is a country like Pakistan, with now, as of 2025, half of this country was born in 1998 or thereafter. It's a remarkable, for somebody as old as me, that's an incredible statistic. Half the country was born in 1998 or after. Further, half the country is of a gender that is systematically excluded from economic engagement. Forget about all the other aspects, but pure economic engagement is harder for women than it is for men. pure economic engagement and voice expression is harder for young people than it is for older people, and especially richer people, more wealthy people. So when you put all this together, the question I have for you is, when you look at development aid flows, and in particular I want to ask you about China, how have other countries dealt with these challenges? And what is, maybe even expound further and tell us, what is the China perspective on how countries should deal with this challenge?
I think if you look at examples of countries that have grown, I think they have gone through a long-term process on making investments in their population. Azima and Temur have both talked about the need for engaging with citizens, giving them training and skills that they need, safety that they require, access to services. All of that, Musharraf, at the end of the day requires some fiscal space. And I think we have to get out of this mindset of waiting on foreign aid dollars to show up and make that happen for us. In fact, I feel that sometimes the entire development agenda is not as home-driven as it ought to be. Countries that have fundamentally reformed have created the fiscal space through reforms internally to be able to make those decisions for its population. So if you look at, for example, the total sum of development financing in a country like Pakistan, just over half of it comes from domestic resources. And the share that comes from foreign aid is about 10%. And the same is true for sub-Saharan Africa. Pakistan relies quite a bit on remittances, and we don't talk enough about the developmental impact that remittance flow creates for people who are facing life-threatening situations and perhaps rely on that paycheck from Saudi Arabia to get a surgery done, right? So people are coming up with all sorts of ways to get their health and education right, but unless the state has the fiscal space and the ability to invest in its own people, collect more domestic revenues, introduce technologies that help them do that, I think the space will be very limited. And another statistic I think I would put forward is, or a point is economic growth. I think we have to have a mid to long-term economic growth strategy in this country. Short of that, I don't see any hope of us making use of this demographic dividend. Just consider a few facts I brought for you. If you look at all developing countries, when a country moves from a least developed country or a low-income country to a lower middle-income country,
which is where Pakistan is.
Yeah. The amount of money that the state can spend per person on health goes from $105 to about $300, just from going to low income to lower middle income. But then when you go from lower middle income to upper middle income, it goes up 5 times to about $1,000. Right. And the same trend is true for education. So creating economic growth creates the fiscal space for the state to invest in its citizens. And I think unless we have a credible medium to long-term growth strategy in place, this is not going to happen.
Talk a little bit about sort of how China looks at all this and what its own model is and what it is trying to promote with its aid, because clearly a lot of the development financing flows now in Pakistan have been China-centered.
So as we've discussed at this forum, Musharraf, China is a very demand-responsive actor. I would say that globally, just about 10% of development financing that China provides is actually aid, what we would traditionally call like a grant or a low interest rate. Most of what China provides is infrastructure through loans, concessional lending. And the level of concessionality, of course, varies by the sector, what it has. I think the fundamental benefit of China's arrival in Pakistan would have been if we could have converted those capital inflows 10 years ago in energy and transport into credible economic opportunities for these young people that Azima and Temur are talking about. And that would have required governance, better governance, so that a Chinese private company could have made use of the Rashakai Special Economic Zone, not because there is a plot of land and a gas connection, but because we have the population, the skilled people who can actually build something that is world-class and can export it. And that translation has not happened for a multitude of reasons.
That's what I wanted to bring to your attention. Temur, it seems like so much of the decision-making that is fundamental to citizens' lives is completely divorced from any consideration of the citizen. So a lot of these macro-level conversations about Pakistan's fuel mix or Pakistan's energy mix or Pakistan's choices in terms of which development financing partner to engage with are really driven by considerations that have nothing to do with how it'll affect the citizen. Having worked at the provincial level in a sense negotiating between the citizen and both the federal, not the federalist, but the federal, and the global actors. How have you found that experience? What is, how much pressure have you felt, or do you think provincial actors feel, to almost represent and proxy for citizen interest? And to what extent do you maybe think that perhaps even subnational and provincial governments have really not been able to personify the citizen in the policy-making realm?
Look, here I actually think it's not just provincial actors, but any actors that come through the force of a public mandate or public legitimacy to some extent or the other, right, are compelled to think about citizen issues. You can argue more, you can argue less, it depends on personality, and it depends a little bit on the national culture and ecosystem to an extent. But I think the reason ultimately that Pakistan doesn't deliver for its citizens is Pakistan is run by the bureaucracy, the civil and military bureaucracy, and they're not trained nor incentivized to think of citizenry. And because of that, I actually think, and you actually see it through some of the decisions in the government today, Pakistan is a state where the citizens exist to subsidize or finance those running it.
Hence, perhaps you have the taxation. So when it comes to taking from the citizen, Pakistan will treat women equally. But when it comes to providing for citizens, there'll be no notion
because what is more important is the salary of the DMG official running the Ministry of Finance. What is more important is the pensions of those that have already retired, that can be financed through those working in government, but are financed through either debt or through additional taxation on those that derive no service from the government, right? And I think because of this, we are simply not able to actually create the sort of virtuous cycle where citizens feel that there is some that their contribution to the state is useful. As long as they don't feel that, the average middle class citizen, when he sees all around him that the state itself is being extractive, will try and be extractive as well. Now, let's just go a little bit towards the solutions. I think the solutions are actually not that difficult, but they are tied to political stability, and they are tied to a governance system as enshrined in our constitution. So for example, what do we expect? We expect economic opportunity. And for that, we need a vibrant economy that to some extent is anchored in a free market, right? But for that free market economy to work, we need investment. And that investment will not come until investors think there is some political stability, some predictability that can generate returns. We want to invest in health and education, and we should. And I think the good news is that actually, if you look at the numbers, the real investment that you really need is in what I call OPEX, operational expenditure, not in building more schools, not in building more hospitals, or in getting different delivery modes to work. So actually, I don't think you need a lot of donor money for this. You need to be able to adapt your delivery models. And I'll give you one example of an adapted delivery model and how our politics of the state gets in the way. I'll give you two examples. Our health insurance was perhaps the most popular social sector program in the history of this country. It was maligned for the simple reason that once our government was gone, Imran Khan needed to be maligned, and hence, right, the health insurance program that was perhaps his biggest success needed to be maligned.
The irony of this, I should say, of course, is that in 2016, the original model for this came from the PMLN in the federal. I know that it was different as you adopted it, but you know, for an objective viewer, the real irony is that they villainized something that they actually should have taken credit for.
So the model actually came from the German aid agency. And because it went to a federal government and a provincial government at the same time, the federal government being more distant from the citizens did not understand the need to implement it. The provincial government being closer to the citizens actually implemented it. So that's the actual truth. But the bigger point is, once the caretaker regime had maligned the health insurance program, and the other thing that they did was to malign the public-private hospitals that existed and are the best example of service delivery in FATA since the merger, two things happened. In terms of the insurance, look at the next time any of these governments asks the market to bid for the next wave of the insurance, and look at the premiums go up. Because no one is going to have any trust in the state of Pakistan being true to its word. And similarly with the public-private partnership model being maligned and never actually having recovered in the way that it was intended. Think of any major private sector player that wants to make investments in health will not make those investments because they know they will have to deal with some sort of vindictive government action that is just hostage to the cycle that we bring.
So this hostility, I want to bring this to Azima. Azima, I noticed that you and I perhaps were having the same reaction to the point that Taimur just made about the bureaucracy and its role in all this. Because in some ways, even the last thing that was mentioned, why is it so easy for the state to develop hostility to its own creations? For example, the social insurance or the health insurance mechanisms that Taimur worked on when he was minister. And perhaps part of the reason is that this is a bureaucratic structure and a bureaucracy that is fundamentally and by definition and character disconnected from the citizen. What does that end up doing to citizen-state relations, especially in terms of the evidence that you've seen over the last several years?
I mean, look, I find it so easy to agree with Taimur when he's out of power. It's kind of natural, harmonious synergy that we find, but I think what Taimur was saying is actually quite important. Taimur's pointing out that we still have the idiosyncrasy of a post-colonial set of institutions that believe their role is public management, not public service, right? Their role is public management. So everything, every decision is taken with the lens of how to control citizens, how to curb citizens, or how to engage citizens through a set of rules and guidelines. What there isn't a systematic approach to is getting citizen feedback and working that up. And I'll give an example. I'm going to give some credit to Taimur here because he's sitting here. He talked a lot about pension reform, right, when he was in government. And one of the things that I was noticing parallel at that same time, because of the research we were doing, was that in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and in Gilgit-Baltistan, there are pockets where there's absolutely no denial whatsoever of climate change being the biggest problem, right? And you have a lot of young people who are gravitating towards that, but when it comes to subnational governments, there is a very clear fiscal tension between pressure from politicians and bureaucrats to provide compensations, i.e. the outlay, right? The financial outlay to the citizen in order to get the quick credit instead of putting that money into resilience and adaptation programs, right? This is everything. All of these schemes are political, they're politically branded. I found that debate quite silly, so I didn't want to get into it, right? But there's evidence and counter evidence. But the approach is, look, we have a short term in government. A term in Pakistan government tends to be shorter for elected governments in Pakistan because, assemblies get dissolved. So what we need to do is put our name on the maximum amount of direct outlay that we can give to the citizens. I mean, one exception here is that in 2013, the Benazir Income Support Program was not rebranded under the PMLN, right? But social protection conceived as only this financial outlay instead of a citizen-driven process, you could shift it. And you could finance it by all the money that Taimur would save by doing pension reform. But it somehow faces so many political barriers because of a lack of incentive for each actors that we never get there.
Well, a lack of incentive, Azima, or is it the, I think, surplus of incentives? I mean, for example, we talked a little bit about local governance. And it's clear to me that one of the big losers, if you were to have an effective local governance systems, would be the kind of unlimited power that is enjoyed by civilian bureaucrats at the federal and provincial and local level. And so why would a bureaucrat-led system lead a reform of subnational governance that produced more engaged citizens with local governance? I think, this is, really I'm trying to frame this as a question. Where does one turn to point to some greater demand for local governance from citizens? Because to my mind, this is a infatuation that somebody like myself has, perhaps Taimur has, perhaps you have, but I don't see how we can convince the powers that be of investing more robustly in local governance without some proof that this is something that people want.
I don't think that they respond to the proof of what people want. I think what Taimur pointed out is that at this point, in every shape and form, whether it's the taxation structure or whether it is the distribution of spoils, right? We are, in an economic crisis. We've been on the verge of a collapse, right? The currency devaluations have been such that the sort of the middle generation has lost a huge chunk of its savings. They are now borrowing from their children's retirement to finance their retirement. These kids are then going to borrow from their children. That is the generational structure of how people are going to live their lives. They're going to be less rich. They're going to be less well off in comparison to their older generations. And the state does not seem to respond to those, because it looks like there is a total policy paralysis, right? Everything that we're doing is we're using citizens to try to manage the debt, and any money that is being made in the country is being used to distribute, expand that patronage net to different state actors. So it's at this point a collusion of state actors against citizens.
So
right?
I think this is the point at which, something that at some level I think many of us would like to avoid, but I think it's inescapable, Taimur, is a conversation about, on the big macro numbers, there is increased stability. To whoever one wants to credit, I would credit the sitting government with at least enough responsible decision making that there seems to be a stabilization on a lot of the macro numbers. Inflation, the rate of inflation has slowed dramatically. There's, the reserves are stable for now. There's lots of questions around those macro stability numbers. How sustainable are they? How vulnerable Pakistan is to an external shock? But by and large, things have, without exception, objectively improved at the macro. And yet, because of the denial of what the citizen wanted, perhaps on February 8th, when I say perhaps, what I mean by that is there's still a debate about the extent to which the results were compromised, but there's no debate that they were compromised. And certainly thereafter, I think what we saw on the 24th, 25th, and 26th was one manifestation of how citizen will was being countered, and in this case countered in quite extreme ways. Perhaps it was also manifest in extreme ways, but without getting into the nitty-gritty of those debates, it is clear that when you don't have a response from the state to what the citizens are asking for, you have the buildup of something. What is that something in your lived experience, again, representing I mean, you're a Pakistani, but certainly you live and breathe in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and that's certainly an important place of interest for anybody that cares about this country. What is the citizen-state relationship status today, in KP in particular?
Let me get to that. Let me get to that, but let me just actually deal with this question on the economy. I think when we even take off our political hats, I think what you will see is that we're simply recovering from perhaps the worst trough of the economic cycle that we have every 5 or 6 years. That typically happens after we go to the IMF. But I think you will find that this is the weakest recovery that we have because it's the one built on the least sound fundamentals, where politically the relationship between citizens and state has been damaged the most. Because of this, because of what you called or what I'd call the forgery of the general election results, again, it doesn't matter what has happened before, because as you said, the majority of this nation is born after 1998, and the majority of this nation was voting for the first time, and the majority of this nation saw its vote disappear for the first time. So what happened before is in a way irrelevant to them, right? It is irrelevant to what they see in terms of what they should be able to expect from a state. I think you see the discontent, and I think you see the government trying to react to that by suppressing their voices. Now, I was often thinking why this is important, because I think when our generation was growing up, we also grew up in an era of General Zia, where we pretty much knew that we had limited voice. But I think that was the norm at that point, to an extent, right? And I think at this point in an era where people are used to expressing themselves, to take that away, and I saw you pick plenty of words with deliberate caution as you were speaking, and perhaps rightly so, right? I think it feels much more painful when you have something that you expect taken away from you. So I don't think, first, the economy is doing as well as it would have for people to be able to compromise their personal freedoms, not by any stretch. And you see that by the complete lack of confidence of any investment in Pakistan. And I think citizens feel more suffocated than they ever do. And I think what that ends up resulting is in state reactions that are more irrational and that actually block all potential pressure release valves in our governance system that allow uncontrolled reactions to take place. And that's, I think, what we risk, and what anyone who actually feels Pakistani should want to avoid. Where stories and even progress don't necessarily mitigate this lack of freedoms can be told in our history. And I've been saying this recently. It's interesting that just a few months before the overthrow of Ayub Khan, he was celebrating a decade of development. And I think if we look historically, we'll see that there was perhaps more economic development indeed in that decade than at any point before or after in Pakistan's history. And I would actually also argue and make a case that maybe not on all indicators, but if you look on some indicators, that plenty of that development flowed to what was then East Pakistan as well, except that because there wasn't a political release valve, it didn't end up, the dollars invested there, fewer or more, didn't end up reducing discontent. Because people couldn't voice their discontent, it actually ended up increasing it, and we paid for that heavily. So when you talk finally of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa's relation with the state over the last 2 or 3 years, and I know this is an issue you understand, and I know why you've asked me that question, so I will answer it, right? It's interesting that when my generation grew up, we heard about the state of Pakistan's insecurity about a term called Pashtunistan, which was this superfluous movement of trying to integrate the Pashtun areas of Pakistan and the Pashtun areas of Afghanistan together. It always felt very weird because my generation always has felt exceptionally attached to Pakistan and has actually felt that, we're as much the mainstream and the owners of this country as, anyone from Lahore, anyone through Punjab, and probably more than communities that have felt more marginalized, for example, in Balochistan or the Muhajirs of Karachi or Sindh, right? And so it over time, as a student of history, my sense was that this was very much yesterday's issue. Now, what has happened over the last 2 or 3 years across Pakhtunkhwa and in the last 5 or 6 years in the way the PTM issue has been dealt with in FATA and some statements.
And Karachi.
And Karachi
Yeah.
again, right? Because Karachi, I think, is the largest Pashtun city in the world. Or in the last couple of weeks in Islamabad, which I think is also now, at least we will claim it's a Pashtun majority city, right? I just don't understand why you want to poke a bear that doesn't even want to be poked, right? That's what the state of Pakistan is doing with Pashtuns. You have people go and talk about Pashtun resources not being given to them in their jahez. What's the need to say this? The constitution dictates what rights every province has over its resources. Why should anyone make ethnically inflammatory statements, right? And I think these statements were made in the context of PTM, but I can promise you it made every Pashtun across the country feel upset.
I think it's not just a matter of Pakhtuns feeling upset. I'm Team Kha instead of Team Shah. It's not a matter of Pakhtuns necessarily feeling upset. I think there's a wider question, which I want to attach, Ahmad, to this. I don't think that we can divorce these topics. And this has been kind of my whole life's work has been that there is a certain kind of identity matrix that attaches to people's political aspirations that is anchored in people's endowments and entitlements as citizens. And so it's about gap management, right? If there's a gap in service delivery, you have to manage it through the articulation of narratives that, cater. If there's a gap in those narratives, you have to manage it in terms of owning and embracing people, including, federal, grants and vertical programs. And ultimately, the way that you fix all of this is by fixing what the citizens have a fundamental right to, which is a safe life and a life of actualization, where their potential can be actualized. I want you to kind of summarize or maybe wrap up the conversation so far in terms of citizen entitlements and the cost of doing business for a state like Pakistan.
This is a great conversation. Obviously, I do agree with you, Musharraf, fundamentally, that all of these pieces that Azima, Taimur have talked about and I've talked about, I think they're all connected with each other because at the end of the day, the ability of the state to deliver services, whether it's at the provincial or the federal level, depends on its ability to, provide the service, collect revenue for it, and to ensure that the citizens can meet the aspirations that they have. So, for example, if you look at education or park services or women's ability to move around freely in our cities, that has a direct relationship to the fundamental issues of financing that I was talking about. I think the instruments for climate-related debt swaps is available at a scale that we've never seen before. The money is still there in the system. I think the season has changed.
The global system.
The global system,
Yeah.
the money is to be made. But I think unless there is fundamental changes and a credibility signal from within this country to the global system, I don't think that those dollars will be unlocked in a way that would benefit our citizens.
And what is that what do those signals look like, to a kind of a neutral observer that doesn't understand the intricacies of how the IMF works or how the ADB works or how the AIIB works? What would those signals of credibility be?
I think we have to, and we've talked about this many times, this is not a new anything that I'm going to say, we need to have a reform process that divorces our boom and bust economic growth cycles from consumption. Like we just keep growing and consuming more and running into deficit debts. And I mean, and there might be some sort of adjustment on the debt situation that Pakistan faces. But I don't think that any of that is going to come through until we have a credible signal on the growth side of things. And I don't, at the moment, don't see that.
I think it's hard to see that in 20. I wanted this to be a positive, forward-looking conversation. So as we wrap the conversation up, Azima, what do you see as potential avenues to address some of this? In the coming year, he talked about climate finance, but more importantly, he's talking about some sort of a reform agenda. Can Pakistan have a genuine, credible reform agenda with substantial numbers of Pakistanis as unhappy and disconnected from the state as they are today?
I think, look, Musharraf, here's, cards on the table. I'm more cynical than I have been ever in my life with the current setup and the kind of decision making that tells people that they're going to lose $1,200 worth of technology or whatever they bring into the country. That's the kind of messaging that really makes me question what the state is thinking and how they plan to steer this forward. Because in spite of, the macroeconomic fundamentals stabilizing, which Taimur has explained very well, right? How much of opportunity are you going to take away from citizens? It goes back to that point. Are you my friend? For a young person, vis-a-vis the state, are you my friend? Are you absent? Or are you just standing in my way? And frankly, it's the latter two that are happening. As far as I'm concerned, the state trying to find ways to be a friend to its citizens, not so much to be a friend to foreign investors who are trying to invest into this country. It's about being a friend to entrepreneurs within this country who, in spite of the state either being absent or standing in their way, have done well. I think the state doesn't know or recognize who and where those people are. The state does not recognize or understand how young people in this country have carved pathways to earn money for themselves, to engage with the international system. I think there are easy fixes, but somehow there's no research on this, there's no decision making around how to facilitate young people because the thought process hasn't gone there. So for me, it's a matter of switching the mindset. And for people like you who have access to senior policymakers, I would say put the question on the table. It's about bringing the same way that you did with Alif Elan, bring that question onto the political agenda.
I think, I'll have a chance to talk more about, what the agenda should be. As you know, we're wrapping up the day, inshallah, with Shahid Khaqan Abbasi, and there's been an ongoing conversation I've had with him and with others, including friends in the PTI, about the importance of some sort of a conciliatory pathway. Taimur, maybe that's the way forward, but I want you to frame it in the context of the citizen. What pathways do you see, other than the really obvious kind of big ticket ones? And I'm happy for you to mention those as well. I think we have to represent what we believe and what we are in these conversations for them to be meaningful. But are you optimistic about what's possible in 2025 in terms of renewing and refreshing this citizen-state conversation or relationship?
One is always optimistic. That's why I moved back to this country. That's why I'm here. But God does this country make it difficult. I think that's what Azima was saying. And I think it's a fact. It's a fact that the government may not like, but that I don't think I have seen more pessimism in this country than I do today. It's to stifle that pessimism that we have all these restrictions on voices. The danger that creates is that in terms of correcting their actions, you actually don't get the feedback that you need to be able to correct those actions. But look, I think if we use what we've achieved in the past as a baseline for optimism, I think it's also unfair to say that Pakistan hasn't achieved a lot in the 77 years of its existence. It has progressed from what was a fairly artificial state to one that actually has showed its viability and certainly its resistance to dysfunction over almost 8 decades, right? If I were to say there is one thing that we need to do to start bringing more of that optimism back and to bring more of the results back, it's to say what we mean and to mean what we say. Whether that's about, so to take 2 or 3 examples, government and bureaucrat will like to say they're an open market economy, but they will hammer anyone who makes a profit by saying they're making excessive profits, right? They will like to say, and you saw the IT minister saying the other day, Pakistan has more free speech and freedom of speech than any other country in the world. You know, and I know that she herself doesn't believe what she said on the floor of the House. And to try and sort of encapsulate this in a simple example that we should all understand, because this is a country that cares about cricket, right, is, put it this way, the day we're able to bring a coach from Australia, and when he signs a contract, it's meant to say that he's going to manage the team, and he's going to help select the team, right? Here are the terms. And within 6 months, he doesn't have to resign because he says, look, you told me I'm supposed to do a job, but you don't want me to do my job. You don't mean what you say, right? Until we're able to just shift that for a cricket coach, we're not going to be able to shift that for the country. That is our problem. The world doesn't believe what we say because we make sure of it. If we make that shift, it will take not more than a generation to actually translate the potential of this country into reality. There's no doubt about it. And I think having all spent time abroad, right, I certainly use as motivation Bangladeshi friends. I certainly use as motivation from 20 years ago is when I did my MBA. And at that point, an Indian economy that was in early evolution, but my colleagues at business school, I was the only Pakistani at business school amongst about 60 different Indians who were the single largest community, who were all deciding whether they should accept jobs in New York or in Mumbai. Whereas we're still all, if we're looking at economic opportunity, looking to escape the country, right? It will take only a generation to shift that, but we just have to do simple things, right?
Inshallah, hopefully that pivot in the road will be this coming year, the year 2025. It's been a really rich conversation. Taimur, thank you for participating in it. Azima, for your contribution and your presence, and of course, Ammar Malik, who's always been generous with his time. Thanks a lot for joining us for this conversation. We'll return in a couple of hours with the 3rd session of the day that is focused, inshallah, on the economy in 2025. I hope you enjoyed and learned from this, and of course, I hope that you'll let us know in the comments as to how you felt about it. We'll come back soon, inshallah. Thanks again. Khuda Hafiz. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Welcome back. Now we begin our third session of the day on this hopefully happy Friday. Jummah Mubarak to everyone. This is the 2025 summit that Tabadlab has organized. I'm your host, Musharraf Zaidi, and this third session is about the economy. We're trying to chart out a path or a way forward for 2025. We're hoping to extract, at least nuggets of optimism and positive ways forward for the coming year. And of course, one of the areas that is vital to any country or society's well-being, maybe elemental to it, is the economy. We talked this morning about Pakistan as a middle power and what opportunities and threats afflict or potentially benefit middle powers in the coming year, 2025. We spent the rest of the morning talking about citizen-state relations, specifically in the context of Pakistan. And now we'll talk a little bit about the prospects for both macro but also micro level well-being and growth for the Pakistani economy. We have a fantastic panel, as we did in the earlier two sessions. I'm joined most of all because of the distance that you've covered, Khurram. I must thank you for being here. You've come all the way from Karachi for this. I deeply appreciate that. Khurram Hussain, who is a person that doesn't need any introduction, neither in Pakistan nor anywhere else, but when we want to understand what's happening in the economy, we read Khurram Hussain's column in the Dawn. We're joined by Kashmala Kakakhail. Kashmala leads Climate Ventures and is is the climate finance person for this country and frankly for the region. Kashmala brings to the conversation a wealth of experience in the public and private sectors and has spent the last several years focusing on how Pakistan will extract from the climate opportunity benefits for the country and mitigate and adapt to some of the challenges posed by the age of climate change. And we're joined by Tobias Huq. Tobias is a frequent guest on conversations that we have here at Tabadlab. He's the country economist for Pakistan at the World Bank and is part of the leadership team that covers Pakistan. And we're grateful that Dr. Huq has joined us today. Let's start with you, Khurram. The last few times you and I have had this conversation on this platform, we've talked about default as a potential outcome of the trajectory of the economy at that time. We've also talked a lot about the core deficits and challenges that the economy faces and how unsustainable they seem. And yet, a few months since the last time we spoke on camera, here we are. Those fears seem to have settled down a fair bit. In some ways, that's a great relief. Are we out of the woods is kind of the key question, but more importantly, how did Pakistan exit the woods, if indeed we are out of the woods? And, what were the dynamics or the actors and the players that informed this journey from where we were maybe a year and a half ago to where we are now?
We are not out of the woods by any measure.
Okay.
The only reason we aren't talking about default anymore is because in July 2023, Pakistan did what Pakistan has always done when it comes to the brink of a balance of payments crisis.
Survive?
Pakistan got a bailout from the IMF coupled with a friendly country. From the UN, overnight meaning maybe within a fortnight, Pakistan's foreign exchange reserves doubled. But of course, that was borrowed money.
This was June.
Right after the last PDM government had made a complete hash of the IMF program that had begun after a number of false starts. In August 2022, by June of 2023, Mr. Dar had made, as finance minister, after muscling out Miftah Ismail and coming in his place, had made a complete hash of that program, and that's why we were talking about the specter of default. Pakistan's foreign exchange reserves were not sufficient to cover even 1 month's worth of imports at that point in time.
Hence the alarm in our conversation.
Hence the alarm in our conversation. Now, on the back of an IMF program, a standby arrangement that was negotiated and arranged in a real rush, took a lot of us by surprise when it was announced.
Does it remain inexplicable to you? Because that's the word I would use, is that how quickly it came about and how it came about.
No, not really, because we've had standby arrangements come about very quickly in the past too, and that's what they're meant to do. So 2008, that standby arrangement happened pretty quick as well. That's what they are there for. They're there for, it's a very rapid dispersing facility designed to pull a country back from the brink. And that's what it did. It fulfilled its purpose. There were question marks at that point in time whether Pakistan will be able to walk the path of stabilization envisioned in that program. They managed to do so successfully. And keeping to the fiscal targets contained in that program, keeping to the interest rate target, and keeping the exchange rate, not burning foreign exchange reserves to maintain an artificially low exchange rate. These actions helped pull the country back from the brink. And I think from post-February 2024, when the government changed again, the incoming government more or less has maintained those settings, the macroeconomic adjustment settings, and as a result has now managed to get onto a longer-term extended fund facility with the IMF as well, back-to-back fund programs. All of these things have helped pull Pakistan back from the brink, but very quickly Pakistan can find itself back in the same position again if there is a reversal of the policies. If, for example, one more time they start trying to pursue an unrealistic or an artificially low exchange rate, if one more time they decide they want to now boost growth and they want to use the fiscal and forex buffers that have been built up during this painful period to boost growth and pump the engines of growth in the economy, take the interest rates much lower, announce amnesty schemes or other schemes for subsidized credit for
You don't
industry.
think on the interest rates that that's already happened? Because it's been quite an aggressive sort of strategy.
It has been, but that's also partially understandable because inflation has come down equally aggressively. What I'm concerned about is the clamor from industry to take interest rates into single-digit territories very early. I think precipitous action on rate cuts can trigger instability one more time, already some revival of growth is registering itself on the current account. We've seen a surplus. We've seen, in fact, running surpluses on the current account since July of this fiscal year, which has helped build the foreign exchange buffers for the country. But there is now, a possibility that by February, March, this could begin to taper off and end because imports are beginning to now pick up on the back of sort of a revival of demand within the economy.
Which isn't that different from previous cycles in terms of the pattern.
It's exactly the same.
Tobias, you've been in country. I mean, you're no longer the foreigner that, hasn't been here long enough to have not seen a couple of cycles. I think this is your third. Where do you think we are? Is there anything you see about the management of the economy that's different? Are you confident about the quantum of stability that we're seeing right now? Is the realness in any of the numbers that are picking up real enough that this is going to be sustainable? How do you feel generally about where the economy is today?
Yeah, look, I think the recovery is, the return to stability is real.
Okay.
And I think you've seen government do some quite difficult things to achieve that. You've seen primary surpluses for the first time. So the fiscal, they've really reduced the spending. They've brought up the revenues. You've seen this backing away from these very destructive interventions with exchange rate policy. I mean, that's not happening any longer. And they are quite carefully progressing with the IMF program. And I think, of course, it's not perfect. But I think in general, they're doing what they need to remain on that program. So then you've seen that with the IMF funding, with the external flows, the rollovers coming in from the friendly countries, you've seen the foreign exchange reserves increase. And so you've seen more a real improvement in market sentiment and a real improvement in confidence in the economy. And that's why you've seen the bond yields come down. I mean, it's very measurable, right? You can kind of price the risk, and you've seen the bond yields come down, and you've seen some recovery in private sector activity. Now, is that enough for Pakistan? Is that substantially and qualitatively different from previous cycles that we've been in? I would say we don't know yet, right? I would say that we are still in this moment where this is a repeated cycle, where we get into a new IMF program, we get the bailout, we stay in terms of the macroeconomic bounds that the program sets, the political pressures start to rise a little bit, and then at some point in the past, previous cycles, those political pressures have overwhelmed the capacity of government to stay within those bounds. And I don't think we know yet whether government is going to manage those political pressures through a return to some of the very destructive patronage and expansionary policies that we've seen in the past, or they're going to be able to credibly commit to a reform program that offers a real change from the past, a real break from the past. I can say with the counterparts we work with in government, I think a lot of work is being done on the planning, a lot of work is being done to think through what would need to happen to substantially change Pakistan's path. But we're not yet at the point where we can say that that path has been taken, right? So the thinking is happening, the action, let's see.
So before I bring Kashmala in on kind of some of the opportunities, I do want to ask you about the degree to which you worry about the sustainability of this from the, you mentioned kind of confidence, market confidence, and it's look at the stock market or you look at bond yields, and those are really positive indicators. There's no arguing those numbers. Where there is an argument, I think, that a lot of people feel compelled to make is, whilst all of this is happening on the street, on Main Street, Pakistan, that confidence is not echoed. Ordinary people, even though inflation is dramatically slowed, people don't feel that their lives are any better. People don't feel confident in their relationship with the state. People don't feel. But a certain degree of balance, it doesn't exist, at least from, what one is able to measure anecdotally, because I don't have a scientific tool, but even in our previous conversations today. Does that worry you, or does that worry your colleagues at the bank?
Absolutely. Look, I think this is the problem, right? As we have stabilized, but at a very low equilibrium. We've stabilized at roughly 3% growth rate. Well, the population's growing at more than 2.5%. So basically, we've stabilized with incomes where they are. We have stabilized with a 40% poverty rate. We've stabilized with, frankly, a quite severe fiscal austerity by many measures. I mean, the government is just simply not spending enough on health and education. We have terrible human development outcomes. And that's why we can't stay where we are. I can't see macroeconomic stabilization being sustained without that driving insurmountable political pressures and dissatisfaction, quite rightly so. And that's exactly why the next step needs to be taken. We need to move from stabilizing the ship to actually plotting a course towards better growth, not for the sake of macro, not for the sake of the balance of payments. We need to set a path for growth and development so that you can get your poverty rate below 40%, so you can get your stunting rate below 40%, so you can get more kids in school,
women at the workplace,
Exactly.
mobile phones in everybody's hands, fast-moving internet.
And we're not on that path yet.
So let me on that note, Kashmala, I don't know if there's any growth path given the fundamentals have not changed. I think, and I'll come back to you, Khurram, on that question. But Kashmala, one reason why there has been some return to stability is really good luck. The super floods of 2022 didn't reemerge, or there was no reappearance. We haven't had a major catastrophe of that quantum or any quantum since then. We've also had relative stability globally. The genocide in Gaza, or even the situation in Syria has not had the kind of impact on Pakistan that, for example, the change in government in Afghanistan had clearly, or the change of government in Pakistan had. So, to what extent do you feel that a climate event could disrupt the stability? And also, aside from climate events, it seems to me that the one area of good news potentially in terms of financing a lot of our gaps might be the climate finance space, simply because the traditional development finance sources have all dried up. We had Amar Malik sitting here, earlier today, and he talked with a lot of evidence about the fact that the glory days of money being pumped in from DFID or FCDO or from the development banks, the MDBs, a lot of that is gone. So what might be left over in that space might just be the climate finance space.
And that might be a good thing. The fact that we have to start working towards proactively trying to develop a mindset where we're not waiting for a flood or two, which will help us raise financing for addressing the challenges that we have on ground. That's fine. Disasters happen. We need to be equipped. But we also need to be proactive in terms of how we use the climate finance that is available. Yes, absolutely, there's a shift happening from development finance to climate finance. Money is drying up at the global level as well for different reasons that we're all aware of. But when it comes to climate finance, that's also no walk in the park. So yes, it's available, whatever pockets are available, some being retrofitted from development to something that people keep pushing back on, not bringing ODA into climate finance conversation, but that's what's happening, that's the reality on ground. So climate finance as a lifeline, what we're really seeing right now is the countries with larger institutional capacity are the ones that are actually accessing it. And then couple that with the whole debt crisis, and couple that with the vulnerability crisis, the chase that we're having over there, and then of course put in the balancing the development with your climate goals, like what should you do in the mix of all of that. So within that context, where does that leave us? We're now I'd like to, and this is something that I keep talking about, we are really at that point of inflection in Pakistan where local leadership needs to emerge. We don't want the UNs, we don't want
You can say World Bank. I'll say it. We want to keep working with you, Tobias, but we don't want you.
No,
we don't want to be
let me explain.
Yeah.
We don't want, and this is something that I keep saying at every platform, is really about moving away from the grant recipient mindset.
Yeah.
Let's partner up. We know what we want, the local leadership, there are institutions, we need to, TA is fine, aid is not. We're not interested in aid anymore. Let's focus on how we can create those champions who are able to understand what the international arena is and how you're supposed to access it. Now let's move on to what I mean about that. We have to be mature about how we design our climate projects. Yes, grant is an instrument, but how do you put it together with, say, equity to blend it and make a grant is good, but how do you blend it with a concessional loan to actually make these climate programs commercially viable to crowd in the private sector? So that's critical. And on top of that, what's really important is for us to understand that we keep talking about policy advocacy internationally, but what we're really missing over there is the word influence, because influence is as critical as finance over here. If you're not in the right rooms, if you're not being able to simplify, as I said, money is being given, or money usually goes to entities that have the ability to design programs the size that they do. Countries like Pakistan need to understand that the solutions to your problems are not just in Pakistan. You have to have the right level of conversation. You have to be at the right level of conversation when it comes to where climate finance is being designed.
And what is the state of play on that front? How's Pakistan doing?
We do a decent job. We take 2 steps forward, 1 backward, which is fine. But we want to now, like I said, local leadership, we need to start focusing on the pockets of opportunities that we have, convene the way, Tabadlab does a great job of actually putting a few voices together, and then you have a more solid voice in terms of what is it that you want to influence.
Is the architecture of the public sector as it exists conducive to taking advantage of the climate finance opportunity as far as growing our economy is concerned? Because to me, it's not just a matter of getting access to $500 million or getting access to $50 million or $15 million. The question is, can we plug that money into a growth opportunity for the economy that is green, that is at least carbon neutral, if not net carbon positive, that actually creates long-term downstream rents for the Pakistani
Absolutely. So it's a two-way street, right? The public sector has a very different role to play. Then the private sector has a role to play as well, right? The pipeline is not what the government is supposed to design, right? Especially when you're speaking about green transitioning, especially when you're thinking about innovation and about ideas that aren't even born yet, right? So the public sector needs to do what it needs to do, which is facilitate, which is to ensure that Pakistan is not traded for money going to LDCs and SIDS, for example. Oh, because you're a middle income country and then money is scarce, it should go to those countries. Yes, that's the role that the government needs to play, and that's what they play, and they should continue to play. But when it comes to simplification, government needs technical support to understand what the technical simplification is it that we're looking for, right? Because if you don't get into that level of detail, you sit on those seats, you do what you do, and then you come back. So it's not about the $500 million or the whatever it's really about ensuring that the money that's coming through climate finance is actually going to make sense and be absorbed for the pipeline that you're developing by the private sector.
So on that note, Khurram, I think I might be able to predict your immediate answer, but I want you to go into a little more detail if you can. Or let me just start with a proposition rather than a question. It doesn't seem to me that the public sector is equipped to lead or even to participate in a conversation about green transition or circularity. And in a sense, the only avenues for globally relevant and global narrative consistent growth is in those spaces. I don't know if there's a lot of carbon-heavy growth that's available to Pakistan for where it's sitting on the totem pole of, for example, manufacturing or even some of its services sector areas of opportunity. Are any of these things, to your mind, in the visible range of public sector decision makers, or are we still so close to what had happened in the summer of 2023 that the kind of out of emergency transition or triage kind of situation is still the prevalent mindset? We have to survive till next quarter, we have to survive till the next IMF tranche release.
Okay, there's actually multiple questions there. Right now, the policy thinking is definitely dominated by surviving the next IMF review. And that's not new, that's not only this time. I mean, Pakistan for the past 3, maybe 4 decades has been basically living from one review to another. We've spent more time inside IMF programs than outside of them over the past 4 decades. So I think in that context, there's probably limited space for climate finance conversation to make an entry. I don't, and your question regarding the public sector, yes, I think the public sector generally is ill-equipped to participate in the kind of conversations Kashmala was talking about. And this is not only on climate finance. I think they've demonstrated that they don't really understand the kind of changes sweeping the world, not just in the climate area, but let's say renewable energy as well, for example. I mean, just as the renewable energy revolution was getting going in the middle of the 2010s, Pakistan was celebrating cutting the ribbon on its first coal-fired power plants, for example, right? And now we're talking about how those power plants have become liabilities and the payments associated with them. Whereas we should be talking about how do we harness the renewable energy revolution sweeping the world, how do we position ourselves to envision zero carbon or a low carbon growth for ourselves in the future, to shift from DFI financing to perhaps climate financing, all these things. I think the public sector is generally basically mired in the old world and is trying to do the best they can to make a go of things within the old way of doing things. which is giant power plants, it's IMF financing, World Bank financing, ADB financing, living off of the multilaterals, for example. So frankly, I'm a bit skeptical about the prospects to undertake the kind of change that Kashmala is talking about.
Tobias, just taking the cue from that, we have seen the emergence of, for example, the SIFC as at least an attempt at an innovative approach to retooling or re-equipping the public sector to have some of these conversations. But I'm not sure that, the investment portfolio that, Pakistan can boast of today is consistent with optimism for 2025 in terms of, the macro indicators. Are there, might we be victims of maybe overemphasizing the pessimism and the trends of the past? I mean, is there a reason for us to be excited about potentially what might be on offer in the near future when it comes to things like FDI and things like renewable energy investments?
Yeah. I mean, look, I think the way you put it was exactly right. I mean, the role for the government in all of this is the enabler. There's a lot of climate finance out there. Pakistan should be accessing much more of the grant financing that's available, of the concessionary financing available. But at the end of the day, Pakistan's transition to a green economy is going to be driven by the private sector. If it's going to happen, it's going to be driven by the private sector. And how are you going to get a private sector that responds to international price signals, that responds to new market opportunities, that responds to the really positive options that are available and the opportunities that are out there? Well, frankly, I don't mean to be boring, but it's a lot of the same stuff, right? You got to set up a macroeconomic situation that is sustainable. You got to invest in human capital. You got to have a private sector environment which makes it easy rather than difficult to do business. You've got to reduce the presence of the state in the economy. You've got to get 200 state-owned enterprises out of the faces of the productive sector businesses that are trying to operate in that space. You've got to reduce your trade restrictions, because what all these things are doing is locking the economy into an old mode of production, an old way of being.
But
I don't just to finish the point, I don't think that the government has the capacity to change that. And I don't think we should be asking the government to change that. I think what we should be saying to the government is, look, get the macro right, stop having such a heavy hand in the economy, and let the amazing Pakistani entrepreneurs who have shown the world so many times over that they can take advantage of opportunities, let them take advantage of these opportunities to transition the economy, to take advantage of the opportunities that green transition presents. And we know those opportunities are out there.
Tobias, I guess just to pretend to be somebody reacting to that, which I'm not, my own views are not important in this conversation, but somebody might turn around and say, well, which of this brilliant private sector do you want to give a free rein to? The same IPPs that kind of, signed these really, I think, draconian sort of deals that extracted rents from this country for 3 decades on? Or would we rather the real estate mafiosos that have dominated policymaking for now going on at least 3 decades in terms of macroeconomic policy? There's a lot that we kind of lionize about the private sector, but rent-seeking behaviors are deeply internalized and normalized in a lot of the big-ticket sort of, capital owners in this country. Are those concerns not valid in terms of government intervention or fears? And how would you advise us to think about them, if not advise the government to do about them?
Look, I think the private sector in every country is profit maximizing, right? If you create a policy environment in which people can generate rents, they can generate political power, they can buy themselves concessions. If you create that kind of environment, you're going to get that kind of private sector, right? I think the examples you identified, the IPP, yes, they're private sector companies, but they're private sector companies taking advantage of a public sector structured contract. You talk about real estate. Well, we know the real estate sector is not taxed anywhere nearly as much as it should be. We know that the whole real estate sector is riven with special interests and regulatory concessions and special interests on the public sector side as well. I think what I'm saying, right, is if we took a across-the-board attempt to create a more even playing field for the private sector, you would find that some of these special interests would have their power and influence reduced, and you would also see that private sector being more responsive to the global opportunities that we're facing, including in some of these areas such as green technology or energy transition.
But let me take this to Khurram real quick. Khurram, if you were to have this kind of, I guess, not to demonize it in any way, but let's call it broadly, and I'm sort of broadly from the same school of thought, this kind of neoliberal off and let the private sector thrive. I'm not sure we want that to happen in every case. So for example, in wheat procurement, which is riven with all kinds of corruption and problems, frankly, but which has over the years sustained a kind of food security in this country that is really now under threat, in part because of what allegedly are essentially impositions from the IMF about, you know, not setting wheat support price in the way that it's been set in the past. How do we think about this in a way that's aligned with, I think, the core principle is that you want the private sector to thrive, you want it to be globally competitive, without creating openings for the entire Pakistani economy to become vulnerable to private sector machinations, either global or domestic, that might cause, for example, food shortages in our country?
Musharraf, about 10 years ago, there would have been a straightforward answer to your question. Not anymore. Okay. I think neoliberal, since you use the word, but that way of thinking about things itself, I think, is now facing huge question marks going into the future, especially with the Trump presidency about to begin, where he's promising trade wars all over again, and this time on an even bigger scale than what he gave us last time. But I think around the world, the global market that came into being in the early 90s or the late 80s, perhaps, wherever you want to sort of situate it, that grew and became the era of what we used to call globalization, as you might remember. And attendant with that, the rise of that global market was the neoliberal thinking that went with it. One way of thinking for the advanced industrial countries, the Washington Consensus for the less developed countries like us. But I think that era is now, the sun is setting on it, and some kind of a neo-mercantilist world order is emerging around us. And I don't think it's a straightforward argument anymore that the market is the best way to deliver goods. In some areas it is, but like you put your finger on the right example, which is food security. There's a reason why we haven't had a famine in India or Pakistan since the British left, since 1947 till now. And the reason is because the state began to play a very heavy role in the procurement of food, in the storing of food, in the setting the price of food, and prevented the kind of famines that were produced by speculative behavior in food markets prior to, in the colonial era. So there are definitely areas where market thinking needs to perhaps be tempered very, very strongly. Food is a very important one in there, over there. I think maybe energy, maybe another. But again, I think the experts would know more. But nevertheless, what remains a fact is that an economy the size of Pakistan's, a country the size of Pakistan, cannot be run on command. So you can't be going back to a command-based kind of an economy of that sort. You have to have a system for curating the economy, curating the playing field that Tobias talked about. Where the ruler doesn't directly come into the game and try to dictate to the players what kind of contracts they should set, what kind of rates of return they should expect.
But where the ruler is setting the outcome level sort of indicators and saying, just meet these key outcomes.
Either that or the ruler setting the rules of the game.
Sure.
but not calling the shots.
Sure.
Right? That sort of an approach to economic management, I think, has been very, very important from the early 90s. We've not really been able to bring that in. And that's one of the reasons why we have been stuck in this perpetual cycle of booms and busts since then. I think empowering the regulators, for example, is a very important part of this, and then letting them do their job, putting the right people in charge.
Yeah, but if you empower regulators, but then make the chairman of a regulator subservient to a grade 21 sort of,
You're back to square one.
DMG or PAS officer, I think then it's a counterintuitive.
That's what I call performative reform.
Yeah.
Right? It's performative in the sense that, okay, because somebody is asking you to set up an independent central bank, for example. So you do that, you pass the legislation in a hurry through a joint session of Congress. Now you've got legally, on paper, an independent central bank. But you put a central banker in charge who will take that call when it comes from Islamabad.
I wonder what hypothetical example you might be referring to. We'll leave that to the speculation of the viewer or the listener. Because Mala, two things that Khurram has mentioned here I think are really important and central to the climate agenda, both food and energy. And in those spaces, if the argument is, and I'll come back to you, Tobias, on the degree to which it should or shouldn't be market driven, because I do think, for me at least, that's an open question. But, that's your climate agenda. Where's your mind on the degree to which the market should dictate outcomes in this kind of domain? Separately, I want you to talk about neo-mercantilism and tariff wars from the perspective of climate finance, because I wonder if the climate finance opportunity is very much subject to the moods and whims of this kind of neo-right of center kind of narrative that's emerging in Western Europe and certainly in the US. But first on energy and food and the market.
Absolutely. So it's clear that climate is having an impact on food, right? It's an area we all need to look at very closely. When we say that let the private sector come in, I want to also double down on the private sector a little bit after I complete this thought. What we basically mean is there are two parts to when we say we need to raise climate finance for climate action. Climate action, you are either adapting to the problem, which means improving your flood mechanisms, early warning systems, improving your drought resistant seeds, all of that, or you're actually reducing the impacts of climate change, which is really the mitigation, the green energy, the transition. Since technically there's no revenue generation in the first one, the private sector is not interested in coming into the adaptation field as we stand today, right? Which is why the public sector has to take a lead in that part. It's important that the public, at the provincial level, at the district level, that's an area that they do have to take a lead on.
Because that's all capex.
Because that's all capex. But when we are really talking about is the mitigation, the transition part of it, where we need to have the right enabling space for the private sector to come in. Now, coming to my second thought really around the private sector, it's not a panacea. So we're okay, open the floodgates and they will come and solve the problem, because we are sweeping the entire private sector into one phrase. There is private sector in Pakistan where they own banks themselves and they can fund, there's no issue of liquidity over there. When we're designing, so climate finance comes into a place when you want to talk about concessionality. Why are you using that delta? What's the additionality that you're bringing into the conversation? So you're talking about inculcating a sense of using climate finance to a very different audience. It's not the same IPPs and it's not those big giants that may have to think very differently if they have to come up with climate solutions. So the yes, private sector is about profit maximization. In Pakistan, that's equated to rent seeking, and that's what we want to change. That's what the local leadership and the champions that we're trying to and create some space around to say, no, we should stop thinking that it's really private sector is only about rent seeking, but it's about coming up with solutions where you bring in the incentivization that you bring in so that people can innovate. That's the sort of equation we are talking about.
Tobias, is this an unfair sort of juxtaposition, the kind of the free market and open access versus where clearly there are some examples where state intervention and public sector intervention is clearly in the public interest?
Yeah, look, I mean,
Or do you not accept the premise at all of
no,
the
I
public
mean,
interest?
I think it's the public sector should set the rules, and those rules should encourage and create incentives for the private sector to work in the broader public interest. I think that's the basic framing of modern economics, right? And that means, yes, we should be taxing carbon, right? We should be forcing firms who pollute to pay more or to face regulation. I don't think it's black and white. I don't think anyone is saying we should just let the private sector go crazy and do whatever it wants.
I really wanted you to be able to say that on camera. So that's great, because that's an accusation you have to deal with.
Let me just, I mean, I think the wheat sector is a really good example of this, right? I mean, I have a very different view. I mean, you look at Pakistan's wheat productivity, it's the lowest in South Asia. We have a wheat support price that has done a very bad job of equating supply and demand. We have erratic production, we have erratic import-export. And it's left Pakistan behind in terms of its agricultural productivity. Now, does that mean that the public sector has no role to play in agriculture? Of course we do. I mean, the government should be providing the public goods. It should be providing education to farmers. It should be providing some of the large-scale irrigation potentially. But saying, look, this farmer should produce this amount of crop at this time, we're just not good at that. The government just is not good at that. And the countries that have achieved rapid improvements in agricultural productivity have tended to do so by letting the private sector take a much more active role.
But they've also adopted a directive role in terms of net outputs and food security, right? Like, I mean, to my mind, the best example of this is Brazil and Embrapa. And so Embrapa did all of the things in terms of the productivity and the seed technology and really genuine organic homegrown changes to how they do agriculture and productivity, but that was aligned with a state structure that was very protective of the kind of sovereignty domain vis-a-vis food security. I guess from a nationalist Pakistani perspective, you're saying you should get from point A to point B in a Bentley or a Rolls Royce, and I'm saying we're never going to have a Bentley or a Rolls Royce. Here's a Suzuki Alto or maybe a CD70 or maybe some
right.
Qingqi, some Chinese, hopefully Chinese vehicle. And we're getting from point A to point B, which is national food security. And so, yeah, there's a lot of inefficiencies. I think PASCO's a disaster. And God help us the day that, you know, whatever happens, that eventually will happen with PASCO happens. But at a minimum, it's that structure, the wheat support price, is enabling a degree of food security that is vital to Pakistan.
You can import wheat. You can import many food products. And if people have sufficient income, if you have a social protection system in place, people will be able to pay for food. I don't think that protecting food security is necessarily the same as having a command and control system in agricultural production.
I think when you've watched...
And very few countries do this, right? I mean, very few countries say, look, we need to produce the food that we consume. Many countries are net food exporters, many countries are net food importers.
Yeah, but a lot of those countries aren't surrounded by an extremist religious regime to the west, to the northwest, and to the east. And a communist regime to the north. I think this is a unique... It's okay for Pakistan, in my mind, to have unique policy formulations where it's the only one standing because it's a unique country. But let's come back to this. Khurram, do you have a different view on any of this, or are you aligned mostly with Tobias?
I mean, I get where Tobias is coming from. Yeah. And substantially, yes, I would agree that to some, you know, it's not a question of there should be no market and the agriculture sector should be command driven. I don't think anyone wants to make that argument. And nobody, I don't think, wants to make the argument that it should be completely market driven either. Getting that mix right is really what it's all about. And to that extent, you know, we can borrow lessons from other countries, but I think in substantial measure, that's our job to find here in Pakistan. Because, you know, the poverty profile is different from one country to another. levels of access to food between urban and rural areas, these profiles will differ from one country to the next. What mix of policies you use to address the food security of your people is going to vary from one country to the next. All countries do take measures to protect the agriculture sector, right? And a lot of countries have very large subsidy regimes running for their agriculture sectors. I don't know what the ideal mix would be for Pakistan, but I don't envision a purely market-determined outcome. I don't think it can any longer be argued that the market can save us or provide us the kind of outcomes you're looking for, not in this day and age.
So I think we're looking in this example, we're really looking at kind of two poles where nobody's arguing for either pole, and the argument really is the degree of calibration between one or the other. And I think it's fine to have different views on the panel. That's why it's a fun panel. I don't know if there's much use in prosecuting that topic much further. I do think it's a point of maybe departure, at some stage, certainly between me and Tobias, and perhaps the government and the bank as well. I think the thing that hopefully some folks that are watching have tuned in for is for like a look forward to 2025. And we've already pointed to a few things, but as we kind of move towards wrapping up the conversation, I wonder if I could ask all three of you to comment on the prospect for growth, because from the collection of comments you've made, it sounds almost to me like if you value stability and the kind of not good times, but not really bad times, stay the course and don't try to grow. That's what I heard. I might be wrong, but maybe starting with you, Khurram, are you really suggesting that this country should not seek to grow?
I think it should seek to grow, but not the way it has done it in the past.
Okay, talk more about that.
Don't try and grow by bringing in borrowed liquidity from abroad and throwing that into your money markets at home in order to spur consumption. And because that ends up driving up the trade deficit, it ends up throwing your monetary aggregates completely out of whack. With the net result that it depletes your foreign exchange reserves, it spurs inflation, and you'll end up back in the middle of a balance of payments crisis. Don't repeat that story one more time.
Okay.
However, where they're standing right now, it's a place of stability for sure, but they cannot stay here for very long. The ground beneath their feet, I'm talking about the government here, the ground beneath their feet is getting hot, very hot. 2 million estimated new entrants are being added to the labor force every year. That means the economy better be creating at least 2 million new jobs every year in order to be able to at least maintain a modicum of stability. If it doesn't do, I'm talking social stability. So if it doesn't do that, then you have economic stability at the cost of social stability. And they can't stay here for very long. They've got to find a way to grow the economy. And my fear is that all these trips that they're making to Saudi Arabia, for example, that's sending the wrong signal. It's to me coming across like they are desperately going around the world in search of the liquidity with which to finance the next growth spurt. So they can turn to and I think to some extent they've also bargained.
Is it to finance the next growth spurt? Sorry to cut in, but is it to finance the next growth spurt, which maybe I can live with, or is it to finance the next spurt of debt servicing and existing burdens? Because to me, there's a difference.
Let's put it this way: it's to finance the next burst of consumption, right? Which will look like growth. And it will register itself as GDP growth, but it is fundamentally basically consumption. That makes people feel good. They're bargaining to some extent that it will help break the PTI and the Imran Khan fever, gripping the electorate. I don't know, maybe not. But in any case, it will certainly lead to the same outcomes that it has done every single other time that they've done this. Since the year 2000 till now, we've had 3 growth spurts. Each one has been financed by foreign liquidity. Each one was shorter than the one that came before. Each one was left a bigger balance of payments crisis than the one that came before. And each one was less intense. It peaked lower than the one that came before. So if we peaked at 9% in 2004, we peaked at something like 6% in 2016, or maybe 7% growth rate in 2016, 17. And then we peaked barely at about 6%. And that was
2022.
2021, 22. And that was considered like a huge victory, unprecedented, blah, blah, blah. Now, if you want to do that, repeat that story one more time.
3.5%, 4% maybe, yeah.
Maybe 4, maybe 5%, and you're back to talking about default all over again.
But here's the policymaker's dilemma, Kashmala. The question here, in the way that often our conversations frame it, it's like, don't do it like this again because you'll only get, let's say, 5% this time and 4% the next time. But I suspect for the policymaker or the decision maker, the question is, don't grow at all or grow at a lesser rate. And don't grow at all or grow the wrong way, consumption driven, the same way as before. When it's a stark binary between kind of holding firm when the ground beneath is moving and getting hotter, and the impulse is to do something, that something will always default to, let's just grow the way we know best. Is there a risk in 2025 of that happening? Let me frame it differently.
Yes.
Let me propose. I don't think this country's decision makers or the federal and provincial bureaucracy or the political decision makers or the military leadership have a playbook that can do any better than repeat previous cycles. And this time they'll get about 4.5% if they hit a real home run. So they'll exceed the projections and they'll get about 4.5%. And of course, that'll do all of the things that we're worried about, that doing, but it will invariably shorten the cycle and shrink the next growth spurt. Is that formulation inaccurate?
That's very accurate. That's the reality. But let's bring in, again, because I'll bring in what I understand, which is the climate world. That's the reality. We'll just take, again, 2 steps forward. We're comfortable, things are good, we're consuming, there's people at the malls, people are sitting in restaurants, it looks like the economy is doing well, exactly the sort of things that
Ramzan and Eid shopping are off the charts.
Looking at the wrong indicators,
Sure.
let's put it that way, right? Those are the things that we pick up and say, look, boom, right? Climate finance is an opportunity that we have yet to understand, right? It's not your standard budgetary support that you think you can raise from one friendly country or another, which ultimately, it's interesting you mentioned the 2 million people that are coming into the workforce. The government should not be in the business of providing employment. I'll give you one example and I'll go back to my how we're not understanding climate finance properly and how we should going forward. The federal government employees currently, officer staff or whatever they call it, is 28,000 people. Support staff, 550,000, right? What equation are we looking at? So the same support is coming in to fund, because this is real, these are salaries you need to pay, this is pensions you need to pay ultimately. So what are we ballooning? The government shouldn't be in the business now, especially in this day and age with technology and what have you. How much support do you need from additional people to run the government and the sort of money that you bring in? Coming back and wrapping up really from a climate finance perspective is, usually countries come and invest in the banks, multilaterals, bilaterals will come in a country which is obviously financially, economically stable. But the moment you look at the climate finance, you have a case there where you are very clear about your vulnerability. You are transparent about the impacts that you're having to deal with given whatever the situation is. So you don't have to pretend that you're going in the right direction. But what you're saying is, look, we are in a real situation. Here is the additionality, and this is where it's going to go into. It's not some random budgetary support that will go into whatever we know will go into. So it's really, first of all, to understand that try and be transparent about where your vulnerabilities are, but really also step up your own game. If I'm talking about local leadership, it actually needs to emerge. It's not that you will go and cry about your vulnerability and yes, money will be raised. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about being real about where your economy is, being real about the impact that it's having on you, and how you smartly use the additionality of climate. We can speak about climate debt swaps, for example,
Yeah.
just one example. Well, how do you use that smartly to be able to not be pulled down just by your vulnerability and show to the world that everything is right?
Well, I mean, there do seem to be some sort of positive signals. There's the finance minister seems to be really engaged with the idea of panda bonds. There is some degree of green financing conversation, both in the public and the private sector. There are the beginnings of some sort of a domestic conversation. Is it enough, do you think, in 2025 that we'll begin to see some returns on these conversations? Or do you think it's too early?
Returns, no, but better understanding, yes. So launching a bond, yes, we did a great job. I think we've done one with Babda. We were able to raise 500 mil. That's great. But to replicate that and to do it for the sectors that we need to be looking at, I feel the kind of conversations we're having in the government and outside it are just at incrementally increasing their understanding of what's out there.
Yeah.
Return, we'll have to wait a little longer.
Tobias, part of the problem in this space is, of course, that there aren't a lot of templates. This is all very new everywhere. So when we think about, for example, bonds, one thing that a lot of people now talk about is bonds in which the returns are, where carbon is built into the returns, right? So that it's not just a rate of return on the bond, there's also some sort of a carbon credit type internalization into the rates. These kinds of things have been attempted at very small scale by really much smaller countries. I think the small island nation states are the ones where I think they have both the freedom and the scale, being small enough that, if they try it and they fail, it's not going to be a definitive change in the global conversation. Even I think Sri Lanka might be the biggest of all the countries that could get away with that. But Pakistan is way too big, it seems to me, to try and fail. And so when Pakistan does adopt some of these tools, it has to try and succeed. Otherwise, it's lights out really for many other countries. In that way, Pakistan is kind of an exemplar. Do you have the sense that, in the coming year, that we might see good news about the degree to which Pakistan might set an example and lead the way on some of these instruments?
I mean, look, I think that innovation, there's space for green financing. I mean, we're working with the government on options they're developing their green taxonomy, which is intended to attract private investment and climate-friendly areas. I think there is scope for some of these debt environment swaps, debt social swaps, and there's much more that can be done on green financing, carbon pricing, setting up the institutional basis for participation in global carbon markets. So I think that innovation is really it's great. I think that anything that Pakistan can do is sure to be noticed and is sure to going to contribute. I think I'm going to repeat, at risk of repeating myself. I think that that needs to happen alongside some of the broader measures to return confidence to the economy, to show that the debt is on a sustainable path, that the macro is on a sustainable path. If you have that broader context within which there's confidence, and which government is perceived to be a macro manager, and which there's a medium-term trajectory, you're going to create more space for that kind of productive innovation, and the potential benefits of that are going to be magnified as well. So I think it's a dual path. Get the basics right, do some of the innovation and the exciting stuff. Don't think the exciting stuff is going to get you away from having to do the basic work.
I mean, exciting maybe for me and perhaps for Kashmala, but I think there's genuine nervousness in the public sector about some of these tools because of the capacity gaps and also because of the absence of templates. I think Pakistan is probably very good at what Lant Pritchard calls isomorphic mimicry. You know, somebody did this at this time in this country, and therefore you should do it. Great, Pakistan's on board. But you know, you ask Pakistan or the Pakistani elite to kind of lead the way on a new methodology or new paradigm of financing, you know, investments at scale in mitigation or adaptation. And I think there's genuine nervousness about, well, do we know what we're doing? On that, Tobias, I want to ask you, maybe put you on the spot a little bit, or maybe a lot, but you know, I am looking for kind of a generic kind of bullish or bearish sentiment for 2025. Do you think that the challenges, the way that we framed them in this conversation, let me tell you why I'm pushing trying to push the envelope and try and force a response on this. When Khurram and I were having some of the conversations we did, especially in 2023, it really felt like it was assured that, you know, we were on a very bad path. And we've kind of come back from that. So isn't it also possible that we might surprise, you know, each other?
Yeah.
I also wonder if it's time to maybe take a break because of the call to prayer.
Sure.
We'll just...
Sure, of course.
पानी और मिल जाएगा यार पानी थोड़ा और मिल जाएगा
with some measure of sustainable growth in this coming year? Because it is a make or break year. We're either going to repeat the follies of the past and go back into that cycle, or maybe stay where we are, or forge ahead on a new path. So your degree of optimism or pessimism, depending on which...
No, look, I mean, I think this year is going to be so uncertain, both in terms of what's happening in Pakistan, but globally as well. I mean, I think we all know that, right? And with the change in administration in the US, potential changes in global trade policy, what's going to happen to global interest rates, global growth. I mean, there's just so much uncertainty. And so I can't really make a prediction because it's uncertainty upon uncertainty. But what I would say is that we basically have a choice. I mean, and I think it's exactly what Khurram laid out. I mean, we are on the path of the cycle. We're on that arc of the cycle that we've been on before. And we have a choice. We basically take this fiscal space that's generated and we blow it on consumption and we return ourselves to where we were the past 24 IMF programs. Or we say, look, there is only really one way to deal with this kind of global uncertainty. That's to build up the buffers. That's to make ourselves as robust and sustainable as we can be. And the only way we can reconcile that kind of macro sustainability, that macro robustness, with actually improving living standards for people is to do some of the difficult stuff that we've just never been able to pull ourselves together to do in the past. And those things are very well known. It's the trade reform, it's the state-owned enterprise reform, it's the energy sector reform, it's the getting health and education services working. So I would...
Where's taxation of the elite?
Hugely important.
On that list.
Hugely important.
Okay, because
Hugely
you didn't
important.
mention it, and I didn't want to.
No. I mean, and to be fair to the government, I mean, this is very clearly part of their program. They are saying that we need to move away from this system that is very narrow and has a very small number of taxpayers that pay very high rates, and we're missing out on those really at the top of the distribution. To saying that the large-scale agriculturalists, the landowners, the real estate magnates, they need to pay their share. And we need to have a tax system that catches people. And if you're in the net, you should be paying. And I think that, as I say, right, I think that the government's doing a lot of work. It's doing a lot of planning. Let's make it this year that those plans turn into a reality that sees that vision achieved, right? So
In 30 years of following this, I've seen lots of governments indicate seriousness and resolve, with some really serious people doing it. I want to be fair. The finance ministry is one place where, by and large, there haven't been clowns that have been in charge. It's real people that understand these challenges, and at least on the surface seem to want to make those changes. But it never has quite turned. And given that's a quarter century mark of this century, the idea of 21st century, it's old now, like it's a quarter century old. So there's a degree, at least at my age, I feel a degree of fatigue with a lot of the unfulfilled potential. But I want you to also take maybe a bullish or bearish view on the likelihood of some of this coming to fruition. But before you do that, I also want you to comment on the degree to which you think the Trump tariff war that's coming might create opportunities for middle power countries like Pakistan with the kind of unique positioning that they have. Is it just going to be opportunity that Vietnam and India run away with, or are there openings for a country like Pakistan?
I don't know. In response to your second question, and I think anyone who gives a confident answer to that question doesn't know either. I don't think anyone knows what's going to happen when, if and when Mr. Trump launches his trade wars. And I think this is something that's structural, it's here to stay. I don't think it's a case of one guy who accidentally got into the White House with some bizarre ideas. I think we're looking at the United States sort of flailing around and trying to find a strategy with which to deal with an emerging power on the world stage, and being unable to find the right strategy. And I think with the passage of time, these impulses, these reflexes to keep coming back to a sort of a mercantilist, an aggressive mercantilism of sorts, are going to increase. We'll see more trade wars, we'll see wider applications of sanctions laws, so I think what kind of a world will emerge, what kind of opportunities it will present, what kind of challenges it will pose, this is like right now a wide open field. One thing I'm reasonably sure of is that here in Pakistan, there will be a spirited search for the kind of geopolitical rents that such a world may create, more so than the economic opportunities that it would. That's what happened when the age of globalization opened up, right? They continued searching for geopolitical rents throughout the 1990s, while sitting out the emergence of and the making of a global market that India and China and countries like Vietnam and Malaysia, Indonesia, and so many other countries very effectively tapped into and drew a great deal of benefit from. I think something like that those reflexes are still very much there in government. They will guide the country in the new world that is now opening up before us. And I can't be sure that this is going to be a good story for Pakistan necessarily. You asked about bullish or bearish for the forthcoming year. I'm bearish on it for the simple reason that the country needs to grow. There's no doubt about that. It cannot stay in a moribund state of stability for very long. But it can't grow on the back of a liquidity injection. And if it were to grow through reforms, then we should be seeing that kind of work being done right now as we speak, but we'll not. And the one big thing that they tried to do in this government was the privatization of PIA, and it's all, you know, how that turned out, we both know. You know, and now they're stuck in this situation where they're holding on to this asset that they can't carry, but they can't seem to offload either.
Well, apparently they were going to start seizing people's cell phones coming off international flights, so I think that's also a big reform.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, the reflexes I'm seeing in operation right now are basically sort of doubling down and intensifying the existing bases of of revenue, of you know, wherever the state has a handle on things. I'm not seeing any thinking within government or anyone advising government on how to maybe, you know, bring about the kind of changes that are required to be the basis for next year's growth. I think absent that thinking, it's futile to expect and hope.
So, bearish without saying so for Tobias, bearish by saying so for Khurram. The floodlights are on you, Kashmir.
So let's zoom out. Let's look at the international landscape with Trump coming in. We know what he did to the climate agreement when he came in 2016. He pulled out a year after the Paris Agreement was signed, which was a big deal, getting all countries, 194 countries to sign a climate agreement. He pulled out. That was the first thing he did. But where did that leave the world? It was slightly different than where it left the world when the US pulled out of the Kyoto Protocol about 7-8 years prior. US was one of the key superpowers at the time. When the US pulled back, everybody pulled out. In 2016, we didn't see that happen. When the US pulled out, we saw China and Europe sort of taking some leadership role and saying we have to continue this. Agreement must go on, the rule book will be written, we will move towards the implementation of what this agreement looks like, because there was a 5-year window between 2015 and 2020 when the rule book was being written, the global rule book was being written. So that continued. Where am I on the situation now with Trump coming back in, and we all know how he feels about what it is, but I don't know, maybe I missed it. He wasn't very vocal about how he feels about pulling out of things this time around, but it might have, it may not be as bad as it was maybe first in 2012, 11, and then of course what we saw in 16 and now in 25. The color will be different. We're not too negative on it because there are it's a reality now. The shift is a reality. It's not about whether there are naysayers or people thinking this is just a hoax, or, you know, we've moved past that thinking on climate. So it's real, it's here, carbon budget and carbon space is limited, and we need to do something about it. So we will see that, I mean, there's that positivity around what the globe will do to come together to try and solve this problem. Yes. And Trump there will be some wrinkles in how we go forward, but I think globally it will go on, it will continue.
The climate architecture will stay in place.
Will stay how, I mean, yes, how it will oscillate, but it will stay.
Okay.
Right? When it comes to Pakistan, I think I'm going to say what I said earlier in slightly different words. Climate is an afterthought for everyone over here. Oh, there's funding available, let's put something together, but it didn't work because you didn't give it the oxygen that you were supposed to give it. Because it's enough, you know, and they say, oh, these things don't work, oh, these startups don't work, innovation doesn't work, the technology doesn't work, because that's not what your goal is. You're not focusing on it the way that you should be focusing on. So really, there are glimmers, there are opportunities coming in, but the idea should not be to think about, oh, there's money, let me design a program for it, but here is my program, I'm going to go out and find money for it.
That sounds like it's bearish also. I'll take the bullish position just to wrap up and say that the most optimistic and positive thing I heard, and I think there was consensus on this, is that Pakistan does not have the option of not growing. Now, the downside risk on that is that it's going to seek to grow in a manner that's all too familiar and all too destructive for the people of this country, all 250 million, but in particular, the half of the country that was born in 1998 or later. And these young people deserve growth strategies that are sustainable. I think that we're going to wrap up the conversation on that inspired note of derived optimism. And I will once again thank sincerely and profusely Dr. Tobias Haq, Kashmala Kakakhil, and Khurram Hussain, in particular Khurram, for the long journey you made to participate in this. I hope that as seriously as the first conversation we had about this, the default conversation, which I know was impactful in many ways, I hope that the warnings from this conversation are taken at least as seriously. I do think this country can and will do better than it has in recent times, inshallah. On that note, thank you again for joining us. This marks the conclusion of the panels segment of our day, and the 2025 summit will continue at 5 p.m. Pakistan time with former Prime Minister Shahid Khaqan Abbasi and I engaging in a conversation about what the coming year might look like and how Pakistan wins in this coming year. So with that, thank you once again, and Khuda Hafiz. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you once again for joining us for the final session of the 2025 summit. We've had a wonderful day of really enlightening and illuminating conversations with some of the smartest people really in the world, but certainly here in Pakistan, that understand this country, that understand the world, that understand the economy. We tried to think of the one person who understands all of these things from a vantage point that has both policy, economics and business, and most of all leadership intertwined. And over, the only name that comes up in that list is Shahid Khaqan Abbasi. Mr. Abbasi is the former Prime Minister of Pakistan, representative for the people of Murray over now 3 decades in various capacities in various assemblies. And for most of that career, he was a die-hard PMLN loyalist. More recently, he's initiated a new political journey with the Awam Pakistan brand. He is, I think, courageous, forthright, really direct, doesn't mince any words, and is really fun to talk to for anyone that's had that privilege. And it's been my privilege over and over and over again. Abbasi Saab, thank you once again for giving me the opportunity to talk to you, and this time to do it in front of a hopefully interested and engaged live audience. The idea today was to look at the future, especially this coming year. And when I sent you the framing, a 2025 playbook, how Pakistan wins, your immediate comment without any editorial nuance was, that's a very tall order. Without doubt it is, but alhamdulillah, you're a tall man in multiple ways. So nobody better placed to answer that question. The people of this country deserve to live in a better country. And this country was imagined as a better country. And this country, to my mind at least, has every advantage that is possible to be not just a better, but to be the best country. And so I know that in many ways, maybe not articulated the same way, you have that same belief. So maybe we start with, while you were Prime Minister for the short period that you were, what about that experience confirmed this belief that this country has a lot more to give and a lot more to offer, and that potential is alive and well even today?
Thank you, Musharraf Sahab. I'm grateful for your kind words, although I don't merit most of them. So it's a long association, so I cherish your thoughts. I did not become Prime Minister by design. It was by default. The PMLN government was removed illegally by the Supreme Court. It was a terrible decision. The government was delivering to a certain extent. We had fixed the energy problem. We had CPEC was evolving. The security situation had been handled. The Karachi issue had been resolved. The law and order situation in Karachi. So things were moving forward.
Even Balochistan was showing signs of improvement.
Yes, there was cohesion in the country. And suddenly the government is removed. It's a shock to the system, it's a shock to the party. The party gave me the responsibility to complete the balance 10 months, exactly 10 months. And I continued the party agenda. That was my responsibility. But we also did introduce some innovative policies. We did a constitutional amendment, an amendment where almost everybody who voted for it did not want it at the end, for different reasons.
This was the merger of FATA with...
Merger of FATA into the amalgamation of FATA into Pakistan. We introduced an innovative income tax policy, which is the first step to introducing income tax at a lower level and a mass scale. So we continued with the policy of the government, and I think
The idea behind that was everybody pays less, but more people pay.
yes, you pay much less.
Yeah.
We our maximum slab was 15%,
Yeah.
and then 10 and 5, and up to 100,000 rupees was exempt. But eventually, everybody who had a CNIC, who was a responsible citizen and voted in the country, would have to file. You could simply, there would be an app, you go on the app and say, I have no income, fine. We would accept that. So this was something outside the FBR domain. So it was kind of a, and we implemented it. We passed a finance bill,
yeah.
and it was in practice for 2 months, July 18 and August 18. And then the Imran Khan government reversed it. I think
You also conducted regular meetings of the Council for Common Interest, something that had only happened a couple of times prior to your taking office.
yes, we had weekly cabinet meeting, which never lasted less than 4 hours. We even had 8, 9, 10-hour cabinet meetings. We had the NSC meetings, regular intervals, generally about 3-week interval. We also had the CCI.
Yeah.
And also all the other constitutional requirements were met. So we kept working. We used to work 12 to 14-hour day. And when I left the PM's office, there was no summary. The federal government operates on summary sent by the ministry. There was no summary in the spending in the federal government. We also implemented a certain level of reform in the political process, where the Prime Minister was answerable to the House. We regularly met the opposition, created a working relationship with them, and 6 weeks before we were leaving, we were able to amend the constitution with the help of the opposition. It was a learning process for me. It's a job that you cannot prepare for, but you must have the basics. So I had been in politics for almost 30 years at that time, and so I'd gone through the mill. I also had a life experience. I had worked in companies, I had been an entrepreneur, I had education. So these 3 factors come together, they prepare you for that job. But it's not a dull job in Pakistan, it's an exciting job. A lot of things, some within the constitution, some without, happen. And you have to absorb some of them, you have to counter some of them, and you have to challenge some of them, and some you work with and resolve. So, for example, with the establishment, we had a great working relationship. But everything was discussed on the NSC table, which again had meetings of over 6 hours sometimes. And we did not serve food, we served snacks only. There were no lunches or dinners at the table. But that relationship was formal, documented, and within the ambit of the constitution. Bajwa Sahab was the army chief, and I think on a personal level also, and at a working level, I think we maintained the decorum required for the position. The other things kept happening. The establishment's initiatives did not wane. We had the dharna in Faizabad. The provincial government of Balochistan disappeared one day. I went there, there was nobody there. It was quite a spooky feeling. You go to a province and there's no assembly, there's no government. There was the deputy speaker, a lady, Rahila Durrani, and the governor, Achak Zai Saab. It was only, nobody else was there. And then the Senate elections were stolen. We had a person who belonged to no party.
Yeah.
And he came to Islamabad and was elected
Chairman
of the Senate.
Overnight, essentially.
And I voiced my dissent to all of this, but I absorbed it. I did not react to these things. It did not become a point of contention. I had many other things to do. So when these things...
So the choice not to react was a tactical one?
Yes.
Okay.
For example, the dharna, we just ignored the dharna. just ignored it. And then they got desperate and then they filed a thing in the Islamabad High Court that the dharna is creating problems for the people of Islamabad and needed to be removed. And the court passed an order that the police should remove it within 3 days over the weekend without using any force. This is a court decision, Islamabad High Court.
I remember.
Same thing, on the Senate thing, I openly said I will not go to the Senate. It's not representative. And I do not believe it's a fair election or a fair election of the chairman. I never went to the Senate, despite the fact that they passed the amendment. So I think you have to stand by your principle and you must work hard and have to have a working relationship with the establishment. You must have a intellectual ability or capacity which at least is equal to them.
Well, I mean, some people would argue that having intellectual capacity that's equal to the military leaderships is maybe not the principal challenge. The more vexing challenge is having the resolve to take stands and to stand by them, and not to develop or adopt stands once in Urdu we say, "Jab pani sar se guzar jata hai." A lot of people might accuse some of our political leaders of becoming very brave after they've been in power, but that rhetoric or that clarity or that resolve isn't so visible when they are in office. Is that a fair accusation for our political leadership?
It's a bit unfair,
Okay.
But how I look at it is if you are a beneficiary of an unconstitutional act, a development which favors you,
Yeah.
then it'll be difficult for you to take a stand or something like that. I don't talk about stands, I talk about principles.
Okay.
So the principles, the Constitution cannot be violated. That's a principle, that's something that I firmly believe in, and I believe that to be the basis of the relationship with the establishment. The establishment is a part of the country, it's a part of the Constitution. So it's not an adversarial relationship. It has to be a working relationship. And it's a two-way street. So whenever you are a beneficiary of an illegal, unconstitutional move, when the rule of law is violated, then you have problems. And that's what we see today and before this.
But is there a major party in our history, Abbasi Sahab, that has not benefited from at least a partially hidden relationship with the establishment? I mean, I would go all the way back to the emergence of the PPP as the leading party in the 70s. That in and of itself, as the party that had not won the majority at the time, was the beneficiary of some quid pro quo. The early days of the PMLN, which you were very much a part of, was at some level the beneficiary of some quid pro quo. The post-democracy, post-Musharraf era that began really in 2008, but the build-up began in 2005, 6, 7. There were also negotiations between the parties and their leaderships and the military at that time. And then certainly the 2018 result and most definitely the 2024 results are also products of compromised electoral imbalances, if you will. That's the most diplomatic way of putting it. So if there is some degree of compromise throughout history, then the ideal or the ideated version of democracy that you've talked a lot about, that frankly I've talked a lot about and tried to impose, certainly on the model of democracy we've had from 2008 till at least 2000, I would say 22, 23, my own sort of thinking and my writing and my own advocacy has been that whatever it is, this is it, and we need to continue promoting it. But there's a counter argument that a lot of young people might make, that is that this ideated version has never existed. So exactly which rule of law and what exactly do we mean when we say rule of law, when the violations are so consistent? And of course, they're much more profound and visible, I think, in the last 3 years for many reasons. But certainly there is a consistency to these violations.
Oh, that's true. And it's kind of happened in different ways over the years. But any country which has had over 33 years of direct military rule and maybe as much as indirect military rule will have these influences. You cannot deny that. So it's not a utopian idea. The issue is, there used to be biases and preferences. Since 18, it's become very blatant.
Yeah.
That's where the problem starts today.
But is that a function of a choice made by the establishment, or is that a function of the era that we live in terms of the exchange of information and the visibility of public actions in this era?
Let history judge that. It could be a choice made by the army chief of that time. It could be a institutional choice. For example, if you look at 1988, Benazir Bhutto was considered anti-establishment, came to Pakistan, she contested the elections, and she did not win. But the other party did not win either. So you had a situation where it was possible to create a situation where she would not be Prime Minister. So I think a saner choice was made to let her get the majority. I was in that assembly, I was independent. So I was courted by both the sides. But at the end, I think sanity prevailed and she was given that opportunity.
And you chose the wrong side at that time.
I kind of stood on the right side of history at least,
Okay.
In private, because I can tell you that I met Mia Saab and he wanted me to join the party. I said, I cannot join the party, I contested against you, but I am with you. My vote will be with you. Benazir Bhutto, my father was a personal friend of Bhutto Saab from the 50s, he knew him. Nasrullah Babar Saab we grew up with him, he was like a family member. So he wanted me to meet Benazir Bhutto, I met her, and we had a long, not a long 15, 20-minute discussion, and she wanted me to join the People's Party, and I said, I really cannot because my constituency does not support that, joining the People's Party. But I did promise her one thing. I said, you need 109 seats. There were 217 seats in those days. The majority was 109. I said, if you have 108, you have my word for the 109th vote. But if you have 109, I will vote against you. And in those days, the president invited a member to take a vote of confidence. It was not an election.
Yeah.
So Benazir Bhutto was invited, and you had to stand up in the assembly and vote for her or against her. And I think she got 113 or 114 votes. But the people who voted against her were much less. There were many members who were on the IGI ticket because there's such a aura at that, there's such an atmosphere in the assembly at that time, and they were like the pressures. I was also asked to just leave the floor and not vote against her and go to the
Cafeteria,
lobby,
yeah.
to the lobby. But I did not go. But many members who were elected on IGI tickets chose to go into the lobby. So there was a disparity. If you look at the numbers, you see that disparity. It doesn't add up to 217.
Yeah.
So these things have always been there. But I think what has happened since 2018, we need to take a very serious look at it and withdraw from those positions. This is not a sustainable political situation.
And so the question of how Pakistan wins, I mean, is this the year in which we will take a look at this and devise a better way forward? Or are you, I suppose that's the optimistic view, or are you less optimistic?
I have to remain optimistic. If I'm not optimistic, then you've got a bigger problem.
Yeah.
The politicians have to remain optimistic.
Sure.
But the thing is, as things stand today, we've all become spectators. You, me, the 23,990,000 other people. 999.
239 million.
Yeah. There's about 10 people which hold the destiny of this country in their hands today.
Right.
And they have to show leadership. And who are they? A few political leaders. The three top ones, Imran Khan, Mian Nawaz Sharif, Zardari. Then maybe Maulana Fazlur Rahman, maybe a few of the other parties. Then the military chief, the judicial chief justice. They have to sit down and resolve the situation. It's an extraordinary situation. It needs an extraordinary step. You have to withdraw from your positions. You have to leave the chairs you occupy and sit down as Pakistanis.
We've talked about this, and I wrote this in the public domain as early as November 2021, not 22, 21. I was saying that there needs to be some sort of a grand national dialogue. I have listed this exact list, literally the exact list, publicly, repeatedly, throughout 22, 23, 24. And this summer, I decided that I'm repeating myself to no effect. So you're right, not only have we become spectators, but our cheering or our applause is not being heard. There's no actual reaction.
There's nothing to applaud.
What I mean by that is our ideas about do this or do that, there's nobody's listening. And so for me, myself, I chose to withdraw. I stopped writing my column, I stopped engaging on social media, and I stopped appearing on television. Partly also because I wanted to step back and do some deeper thinking. But, for people, this is a country of, 240, 250 million people. Half the country was born in 1998 or later. They don't have the same memory of the 80s or 90s that you or I might have. And so for them, in a sense, all they've seen is this thing after 2018. Because in 2018, they were 19, 20 years old. So their adult life is comprised of this era that you're referring to. And so for this generation, where do you stand on the potential of this generation to remain engaged? My own fear, let me articulate the worst fear. The worst fear is that they will, as a generation, disconnect and disengage from the idea of this country. Democracy and Imran Khan and those things, I think, are really secondary to the very idea of the country being a viable, exciting place, a country that can be much better and ideally be the best country. That notion is not real for young people, is my fear. Do you share that fear?
I don't share your view that we cannot improve, or the general view that things will not improve. Pakistan has huge potential. People of Pakistan they're very resilient, they can absorb a lot, and they have the potential to grow. I think the failure is the leadership. The leadership of this country has again and again failed its people. That's the bottom line. Even today, it's the leadership. The people voted on February 8th. We did not accept their mandate. The people came to the streets. They even came here. You may agree with them. I don't agree with the methods, but people today they want a better life. They want a better Pakistan. They play their role, whatever that role is. They go out and work, they go out and produce things. But now they're losing hope. They're leaving the country. There's flight of capital today, and there's flight of human capital, which is even
talent,
more.
yeah.
Talent.
Yeah. Talent flight is a real thing.
Talent flight can reverse if you improve the situation here. People will come back. If you give the opportunities, they would like to work here. So that is where the leadership of the country has failed the youth. You have to create opportunities for them for jobs and for creating businesses. That we don't understand. We have never done that. And we have never made the transition from a centralized government which owned everything to a market-based situation where the government is a regulator, basically. We never made that transition. And despite the political failure, the country kept running. to a certain extent. And I was just discussing this the other day. I really want somebody to kind of review that despite all these failures, Pakistan has made some progress. We've had some success stories.
We've had many, I think
Yeah,
many.
so, yeah, exactly. So imagine if we had not if we had better leadership.
Well, this is my
This
faith.
would be a
This is
very
my belief.
vibrant, country with high growth, with high per capita income.
And high optimism
Yeah,
about
so
the
at
future.
the end, it's a failure of leadership.
So, talking about 2025 and the failure of leadership, is there any version of a successful 2025 for Pakistan that you imagine can exist in the realm of the possible whilst Imran Khan is still in jail?
That's up to Imran Khan. I think it's unfair to keep him in jail without charges. But it's happened to many people in the past. It's happened to everybody.
Yep.
Every prime minister.
Including you.
Yeah, that is part of life. So I think Imran Khan should not dwell on that. He should not make it a precondition to talk. You have to sit down on one table. We're all from the same country. We all have the same goals, which is to improve the lot of the people and let the country grow. Why can't we sit on one table? What is stopping us? That's my question to all of. It's like, it's not 200 people. It's not 50 people. It's not 100 people. It's 6, 8 or 10 people at the most. Why cannot they sit down? The country is dear to them.
Do you really believe that the country is dear to them? Because this is I think on the main street in Pakistan, there's now real doubts. I've always believed that it's Imran Khan, it's Nawaz Sharif, it's Rahil Sharif, it's General Bajwa, it's General Asim Munir. It doesn't matter. They all love this country, and they all deeply, deeply want to serve the people. They want to do better. So the issue really is something else. But I think a lot of people, when they hear somebody like me say this, this guy must be kidding. No, they're not sincere to the country. They don't have the country's best interests at heart. Do you believe that they really do have the country's best interests at heart?
I don't doubt anybody's intentions.
Yeah, same here.
A political leader who's gotten to that position
Yeah,
has something in him which got him to that position.
yeah.
So if people trust somebody, then you need to trust them also.
Yeah.
The issue really today is, it's a very unique situation. Every party has government today. PTI has KP,
Yeah.
the Muslim League has Punjab and Centre, and KP's party has Punjab and Centre and some part in Balochistan. Why are they unable to perform? They all have manifestos.
Well, I'm
This
supposed to
is-
be asking the question, so you have to tell me why are they not able to perform?
Okay, so 11th year in KP for PTI. I don't know how many years for the PML and Punjab. 16th year for the People's Party in Sindh. Have things improved? Has anything improved? Show me one success story.
No, so there are some. I mean, you have these big primary and secondary and tertiary healthcare facilities growing in Sindh, which I think they were badly needed. In KP, you had the health insurance plan. You had a dramatic improvement in the state of schools, school construction in KP. You had real progress on girls' education in the Punjab, especially until 2018. Really historic numbers, which I can sort of absolutely stand by and vouch for. Nationally, you had the Benazir Income Support Program. During COVID, that support was dramatic. I mean, it really helped people. So I think there are these examples of innovative, effective public policy in small pockets that each of the parties, the PPP's been involved in some good things, PMLN's been involved in a bunch of things, PTI has also delivered a bunch of things. But does it all come together? Obviously, it hasn't. But to say that there's not a single success story, I think, even during your time, you would have seen the evidence of these pockets of success, no?
It's all debatable.
Okay.
I'm talking about the bottom line. When you have 26.5 million kids out of school,
Well, it's not
With
good.
highest in the world.
Sure.
It's not just not good. It's terrible. It's number one in the world.
So why?
Why? Because it's a failure. The provincial governments have uniformly failed. You cannot create islands of excellence and deliver governance to the people. It's a holistic approach. You must deliver everything to the people. Health, it's your primary responsibility. You can't ignore health and give education. You can't, deliver education and not govern. You can't govern and not deliver justice. It has to be a holistic approach. And we completely failed in that. So nobody why aren't they running government today? Why can't the PTI show a model of government in KP to the rest of Pakistan? Here, see my government. Why can't the PMLN show it in Punjab? Why can't Sindh, after 16th year of government in Sindh, there's a large number of people in Karachi, some say 30%, some say 40%, who do not have piped water into their homes. They have water. It's delivered in tankers.
Yep.
Show me any country in the world that delivers this volume of water in tankers to its people. I've been to Baldia in Karachi when Mr. Ismail contested the by-election there. Most of the people living there, the largest single expense is water. It's not food, it's not education, it's not health, it's water.
And this is in your largest city, your commercial
The
capital?
largest city, after we've devolved into the provinces, they're flush with cash and they don't, because this is elite capture. You want to be a billionaire in Karachi? Get a water hydrant. Get a delivery contract. Who's paying? The poor. The poorest of the poor are paying. This is not governance. This is a complete failure. Look, 26.5 million people, nobody's talking about it. The Prime Minister declares a national education emergency. Does he fund it? Do the provinces spend any money on it?
Well, as you know, this is a point of particular pain and sensitivity for me. You were very kind. You were the chief guest at the launch of Alif Elan's district education ranking in 2017. I don't know if you remember.
Yes.
No, 2015, before you were Prime Minister. So I know that you've been sensitive to this. But I guess my sort of question is, if we're saying that the politicians aren't allowed to operate, and where they are operating, they aren't able to deliver even the very basic things, then the argument for a more robust democracy, doesn't it fall flat on its face? There are some people who are saying, actually, this whole system doesn't work, and so we need something very different, maybe something much more authoritarian. I don't know the answers, but I certainly don't think that the argument that we should give politicians more agency and more autonomy, when we are also making the argument that where they have that agency autonomy, they haven't delivered. Isn't that a contradiction? How do we resolve this contradiction?
These are excuses.
Okay.
If you're a Prime Minister, I've heard many Prime Ministers say, oh, मुझे काम नहीं करने दिया गया.
Every Prime Minister, maybe with your exception.
I have no issue. I have no complaint.
Why? Say why, because I think it's important people
Why?
hear it.
Because I worked hard. I knew how the system worked. I did not abdicate my responsibility. I did not abdicate my authority. If you abdicate your authority and your responsibility, then you are right. मुझे काम नहीं करने दिया गया. काम नहीं करने दिया गया. Take a blank piece of paper, write a resignation on it, and go home. Don't waste the country's time. Every day matters. Do we understand this? After the fact, you say, मुझे काम नहीं करने दिया गया. You failed. That's why I'm saying the Pakistan is a failure of leadership. The people have not failed. People have delivered again and again.
I don't doubt this, and I often say when I think it's a trend in our elite to repeatedly talk about how the people aren't right and the people don't work hard and the people, they litter and the people don't want education. And I think that's all nonsense. I think this is a country that's full of the best people with the worst leadership. So I agree with this notion of failed leadership. But at some level, I think we can't keep demonizing our leadership and also expect it to perform. So when I frame it that way, I think, what are the legitimate excuses that the leadership has? One is obviously the civil-military divide. Everybody talks about it. We've talked about it. But if we park that for a second, the other big one that I find, and I want your views on this, the one that I find is much more credible is the capacity and state of the civilian bureaucracy and the public sector at large. That if we are going to have a country that delivers, it won't be with this machine bureaucracy or with this steel structure. Is that accurate? In your experience, did you find that the bureaucracy was a burden, was a disability for you, or do you think it's yet another excuse?
No, the bureaucracy has issues. Why don't you reform? What's stopping the reforms? 2013 to 2018, we talked about reforming the bureaucracy, and we did nothing. Then came Imran Khan, talked about reforming the bureaucracy, did nothing. We all created commissions and committees and
2008 to 2013, they also talked about reform. Yeah. So why does everyone talk about it and everyone fail to do it?
because our prime ministers want to be sovereigns. This is our dilemma. Our Democrats want to be autocrats. And our autocrats want to appear as Democrats.
Yeah. This is true. Yeah.
So when you have look at the federal bureaucracy today, it has no capacity. It's not their failure. We take the brightest people in the country, the brightest of the brightest, and we dumb them down into paper pushers and, the whole federal bureaucracy today, the senior people came to the federation when they were in grade 22 or high grade 21 and took over as secretaries. They have no idea what the federal government is about, what that ministry is about. Yes, they're able people, they can comply with the rules. But the world has changed. The world is not administrative anymore. The country does not have administrative issues. These are market issues.
And these people have no experience and no capacity
to
engage in these. How is the aviation division? This is an easy one for you, given your background and your experience of running an airline for many years. I fail to understand how a PAS officer or anybody that spent 20 or 30 years in government supposed to be an adequate secretary aviation division.
Or anything. If he remains there for 5 years, he learns something.
On the job.
He's a smart person.
Taxpayer funded.
But if he has an average life of less than a year, aviation today, religious affairs tomorrow, EAD 6 months later,
education,
defense, education, you go to a tehsil level. In my constituency, I have 4 tehsils. What are federal officers doing in my tehsil? One is the AC, one is the police chief in the tehsil. What is he doing there? What is he learning that he will use in life later when he goes to the federation?
Well, the original theory was that if you have federal civil servants working at the local level, when they become grade 22 officers and they're running a division, their understanding of how the country works at the granular level will enable them to make better decisions. Is that not a valid view?
What does the aviation secretary learn about aviation when he's an AC or a DC or a commissioner?
Crowd control, perhaps, when the DIA flights get cancelled.
The world has changed.
Right.
Our bureaucracy has not changed. The mindset
But whose fault is that?
The politicians.
Yeah,
the politicians. Yeah. The bureaucracy will not reform itself. They can't. They don't have the authority. We have been unable to make one small change which can change the federal government to a great extent. The guy responsible for the ministry should be the minister, not the secretary. The principal accounting officer is the secretary,
Yeah.
not the minister.
Well, so I think Mustafa Impex and frankly that whole era of judicial intervention under Justice Chaudhary, I think really damaged the conception of who's responsible for governance. But
No. Mustafa Impacts was a good thing.
really,
Yes. What did Mustafa Impact say? That
Mustafa Impact said
the Prime Minister is not a king. He's not a sovereign. He can't take decisions on his own. It's the cabinet. The Prime Minister is first among equals.
but this essentially allows the Prime Minister to A, withdraw in terms of his agency and accountability, one, and two, it empowers the federal bureaucracy in particular to adopt essentially positions that are of their own volition. They're not, you see, the grade 22 officer is not accountable to the people. The minister, in some cases at least, is. And so the reason we want ministers in charge is because they will be accountable to the people. But when we distribute the agency and authority of the government from the Prime Minister's office across the whole cabinet, what we're essentially saying, because the cabinet is run by the division heads, which are the grade 22 officers. So to my mind, Mustafa Impex flipped the agency issue upside down.
No, that's not true.
So
The cabinet is comprised of federal ministers, not secretaries. Secretaries are there to support them.
But you've seen the slow and steady takeover of cabinet meetings by secretaries.
No, because the ministers are incompetent. If the minister knows that it's his job, the ministry sends a summary when they have an issue or issue is given to them. They send a summary to the Prime Minister's office, which then examines it and approves it and sends it to the cabinet. This is Mustafa Impacts. Before that, they could take a decision and that was the decision. Mustafa Impacts said no. The Prime Minister's decision cannot be a cabinet decision, it has to go to the cabinet. So, in theory, a summary is presented to the cabinet, the ministry presents it, and I've seen instances where a minister of that ministry opposed his own secretary in the cabinet meeting.
Well, we had repeat incidents of this, and we also had these strange situations.
Which is fine, this is very good. And then every minister can talk about that summary. It's discussed threadbare, then the Prime Minister has to take a decision.
So, Abbasi Sahab, to my mind, this is a classic example of Pakistan being stuck in the wrong debate. Because just before this, we were talking about how, for example, an aviation secretary who's not trained and who doesn't have the experience of running an airport or running an airline, much less running an aviation division, is only there for a little while and goes away. Right now, we're debating what's more important, the Minister for Aviation or the Secretary of Aviation. But the bigger point, I think, and this is the frustration that I think a lot of people have with these debates, is that the competence required to run an aviation division is missing in this whole equation, is it not? And really, that's the solution that we need.
Yes, the ministry, yeah, so you have to have competence at the administrative level. The secretary must have that competence, and he can't earn that by being in a tehsil and a district and a division and the provincial government all his life. He has to be there. Number two, the minister has to develop competence. The minister has to develop competence.
Sir, what, I mean...
And because he has to lead that ministry, work hard, learn.
Okay, let me.
Yeah.
I want to challenge this, not because I don't agree with you.
Yeah.
I think everybody would agree, but in reality, over the last 30 years, I would struggle to name 10 ministers that I saw enter the ministerial realm and then learn how to do their job well. I would struggle to name 10. And you know how fond I am of ministers, no matter what party they're from. I would love to name people that I know and people that I respect. I may respect them for their family values and for their integrity in some areas, but the idea that ministers work hard is completely alien to me. Ministers work hard to service their voters and their constituency in some cases. some ministers work hard on the topic that they're given. So I can give you one example, but I think it's a biased one. I thought Hina Kar, when she became foreign minister, just took it to another level. She worked tirelessly and she was an incredibly competent minister. But honestly, could you name 10 ministers like that over the last 20 or 30 years?
There are people. You have to mentor people, you have to groom people into these positions. There's no system of grooming. A guy gets elected today because his father and grandfather were MNAs, and he wants to be minister the next day. And because of political compulsion, you make him a minister. Then what? So you have to bring people through the mill, but you have to change the system. When the minister has no authority, you can only request the secretary. What does the minister do? A summary comes to him from the secretary. He can approve it, reject it, or approve with amendments. That's all he can do. But he must have competence to do that.
When you were in office and you had Fawad Hassan Fawad as your principal secretary, and you had a really competent group of people. You had Ali Jahangir Siddiqui, you had Miftah Ismail. You had these really bright, the kind of people that I think a lot of people, regardless of political affiliation, can relate to and be proud of. To what extent did you feel you were able to make any progress on these issues? Or did you not?
I came through the mill. I became a minister after 26 years of remaining as MNA. I understood the parliament, I understood governance, I understood the government. I could navigate myself through that. I was given a ministry, petroleum. I could barely spell petroleum.
But then you
But
learned.
6 months later, I was the resource person in that ministry because I worked hard. Keep your door open, meet people, look at issues, talk to them.
So
You're not a Saab.
No, I understand. But Abbasi Saab, this is where my challenge to you is, can you name 5 cabinet colleagues in the 13 to 18 assembly that worked half as hard as you?
I don't want to judge people. But the reality is, you can judge a minister by the quality of the summary he brings to the cabinet meeting.
So you were in those cabinet meetings?
I can name you a minister who worked hard.
Please.
You'll be surprised.
I'm really excited.
When I became Prime Minister, they were all my colleagues.
Yeah.
I was not like Mia Nawaz Sharif, who was like a party leader, that we had looked up to all our life. I was one of their colleagues. In fact, younger to some of them, even politically junior to a couple of them. So I said, you are all complaining that Mia Sahib does not hold cabinet meetings, Mia Sahib does not meet us.
Yeah.
I said, look, my door is open, bring any summary you want to the cabinet meeting.
So who surprised you?
Number one.
Yeah.
You'll be surprised.
I'm on the edge of my seat.
Saira Afzal Tarar.
Actually, I really...
Who 5 months, 4 years before that was a housewife.
Yeah. But she did work hard. And
She
was
did work,
incredibly driven.
She understood. He worked hard, she understood.
Yeah.
She brought summaries. She made a difference to her ministry.
I think people watching will be genuinely surprised. And I'm not...
I've never said this, and now it's out in the open, but that's the reality. Other people did well. But the quality of summary, the debate that ministry generated, and I think her performances, impressive.
That is going to surprise a lot of people. How do we fix this? I asked you a question that you kind of didn't really answer, so I'll try again.
Okay.
So we're looking at 2025, and we want this to be a great... I know you want it to be a great year. I want it to be a great year. I think Nawaz Sharif, the Army Chief, the Chief Justice, Imran Khan, Zardari Saab, everybody wants it to be a good year for Pakistan. Is there a version... I mean, you said earlier that it's up to Imran Khan, but what are the things that you imagine would need to happen this year, early in the year, because time goes fast? What are the things that you imagine need to happen that would make it a better year for the country?
No, what I was saying is none of these people can do it on their own.
They have to
It has
sit
to
down.
be a collective effort. You have to accept each other.
Are you
understand
hopeful,
each other?
after what happened on November 24th, 25th, 26th, are you hopeful that that's possible?
It's always possible. Everything is possible if the purpose is to put the country first. Put Pakistan first and you will see a solution. For everybody, for Imran Khan, for the other politicians, for the military chief, for the judicial chief, put Pakistan first. Not your position, not your institution, but Pakistan and its people. Put them first, you will see a solution. If you can't, you're a failure. Don't waste this country's time. Go home.
If somebody said to you, Abbasi Saab, and I'm sorry, this is a free-flowing conversation, I might ask questions that, are not,
No, ask
sort of,
anything.
but if somebody said to you, okay, Abbasi Saab, you can fix this, but the cost is that, you can never be prime minister again. But you'll be assigned as a mutual sort of interlocutor for the 2 or 3 major sort of parties here. Somehow, let's say Imran Khan decides that he trusts you, and somehow maybe the military establishment decides that, they can talk to you and trust you. And Mian Saab has a long history with you, whatever the situation might be now with you having split from the party, but they also trust you, and perhaps Zardari Saab also says that he can trust you, and that you're entrusted with the responsibility of bringing everyone together. But the cost is that you'll never be prime minister. Is that a cost you would be willing to pay?
It's not a cost. It's a privilege.
Really?
Yeah.
So what is standing in the way of you visiting Adiala, visiting Mian Saab, visiting Rawalpindi, GHQ, and visiting Nordero Firoz?
Look, I cannot visit jails. You need executive approval to do that. So, I need to see proof that you are sincere to this effort. That you're not tied to your
ego
positions that you have today.
Yeah.
I don't see that today.
No, I don't either.
Yeah. So, and then the proof, the most visible proof is, let the president of this country step in. Let the prime minister step out of his cocoon and go to the parliament and extend his hand to the opposition. Let them reject it. We made politics totally divisive.
Well, it's a zero-sum game. It's either you're in jail or I'm in jail. And then obviously nobody's going to choose to be in jail themselves.
Politics cannot be a zero-sum game. Everybody has to win. The country has to win. It's not possible that the government wins, the opposition loses, or the opposition loses and the government wins. It can't be this. It's unnatural, it will not work. And if we talk about the economy, just read what the Nobel Prize winners of this year have said.
Well, I'm not a
They've said, no, fair or not, they said a very basic thing. Countries which do not have the rule of law or are involved in exploitative practices, extractive practices, they will not grow. That's our reality. Why can't we learn from it?
So on that, so the best critique of Acemoglu, Robinson, and the other one, Johnson, Acemoglu, Johnson, and Robinson.
People, yeah.
The best critique that's kind of modern and current is Yun Ang. I don't know if you've read her treatment of comparison between the U.S. and China's Gilded Ages. But in addition to Yun Ang, there's also a professor at SOAS. His name is Mushtaq Khan. I know that you know who he is. He's a Bangladeshi political economist. I think both of them say broadly that you can have different kinds of institutions than the ones that Acemoglu and company talk about in terms of Western democratic institutions, that there are other models. And China, of course, is the best example. But what often gets lost in that commentary or that counterfactual is the detail. And so Yun Ang is really detailed how at the local level, the entire Chinese bureaucracy was incentivized to grow the economy. Earlier you spoke about how the local level is supposed to deliver education and health, and I agree with that. But in China, it wasn't education and health that was the primary driver of local governance. It was whether you can grow the local economy. we in Pakistan have no notion of local economies because everything is so centralized. Every conversation we have about the economy has to be with the Minister of Finance. It has to be FBR. There's never a, like, what does a local economy ministry of the district of Mardan look like? What would their functions be? How would they talk to banks about financing facilities? What would we do with the green transition or with circularity at the local level in Mari Tehsil? How can we manage the tourism burden and the carbon imprint of so many tourists coming to your constituency? And what are the offsets? Those kinds of conversations, Abbasi Saab, they seem like totally alien. Like while I'm saying all this, I feel ridiculous because in the public policy domain in this country, from top to bottom, there's no existence of these kinds of conversations. So I take your point about Asumoglu, but the reality is we don't have any narratives of economic growth that are real and that are constructed the ground up. If we were to bring everybody together in 2025, how would we then infuse whatever comes out of that, whether it's a collective consensus mechanism or it's one party? Right now, the most popular party, I think it goes without saying, is the PTI. So whatever comes out of it, whether it's the February 8th constituencies as they came out in Form 45 or there was other mechanisms, whatever the mechanism is, I think my worry, and I think probably your worry, is that no matter what we do in terms of a political consensus and compact, it won't produce the competence that we need to deliver the Pakistan that we think is possible.
Our basic needs don't change. What are all these things that you talked about? Reform.
Yeah.
What is China talking about today? Despite its, I wouldn't say historic, beyond historic success.
It's miraculous growth.
Miraculous growth.
Yeah. They still talking about reform.
What is America talking, the US talking about?
Reform. Yeah.
What is Europe talking about? Reform.
Saudi Arabia, Indonesia.
Which country is not talking about reform? Our own country.
Well, we can't get to reform.
You can't muddle through. We muddled through 77 years. You can't not reform. Every system in Pakistan has failed. I asked you, show me one success story. I'm a constituency politician from Punjab. I've been here since 88. Today, my education system is poorer than 88. It may have more buildings. It may have more teachers. It's a poorer education system. My health system may have more buildings. It's a poorer health system.
The water is dirtier.
The water is dirtier. There's less availability of
roads
water.
are thinner. Yeah.
The police system is 100 times worse. The system of governance is 1,000,000 times worse. What have we achieved? Nobody talks of reform. We can't even reform the bureaucracy. It's a massive failure. You need reform in every sphere of Pakistan, and you have to start with, trust my word, it'll happen one day, but we'll be losing time. You have to divide Pakistan up into smaller administrative units. If you can do more provinces, that'll be great.
Can you do that with the existing PAS and DMG? Like my question is, this, you can start with that, but to me it's almost like a necessary but insufficient condition, right? If you do more provinces but you keep the same federal bureaucracy and provincial bureaucracy, it's not going to work.
That's part of the reform. Everything will be local. You can do it down to district level, do it down to division level. With the money, if the federation has devolved financial authority to the provinces, let the province devolve financial authority to the smaller units.
So who do you imagine would write this up? Let's say that, you are able to bring everyone together in January and February, and there's a new political compact in March, and it's the spring of hope in Pakistan. And now a new system is evolving in which people are happy. They're not as unhappy as they are right now. Whether that means Imran Khan is out of jail, whatever that is, people are happy. So now, who's going to devise these new systems of government? Who's going to sit and write this up? Because I really think that at that level of detail, a lot of us are out of answers.
You must agree on the basic principles. That will be done by the political leaders. They must have an agenda, they must have oversight over that agenda to reform. There'll be a reform by consensus. It cannot be a reform which is divisive. For example, I am a firm believer in provinces.
More provinces.
Every division, the British division from their days should become a province. That's my personal belief.
So 7 provinces in the Punjab.
35 in Pakistan total. 35, 36, something like that. But I know there is sensitivity to that in Sindh, in some parts of KP, in some parts of Balochistan. Okay, so let the provinces remain, but let them just be oversight administrations. Devolve everything down. Let the divisions have their own police force, have their own administrative people. Let them run their own schools. Let there be competition. Let them decide what their priorities are.
So let me ask you a sensitive question. This is a good example because you're talking about a scenario which I feel is maybe unrealistic. When you were faced with the census results, because I know this came up when you were Prime Minister, there were 2 parties that refused to accept the census results. The Baloch nationalists didn't want to accept the fact that the Pashtun population in Balochistan had risen at a higher clip than the Baloch population. And in Karachi, the Mahajir sort of voter or representative didn't want to accept, via the MQM, didn't want to accept that the, again, Pashtun population in Karachi in particular had risen at the rate that it had. And so that created a problem of political consensus. And if I'm not mistaken, either at the CCI or other fora, there was real resistance to the release of the census results. It's been 5 or 6 years, so we can talk about this.
It was driven by politics, not by the reality of the census. The census was fine.
No, but that's what I'm saying. So when you have that level of division that even the census result is withheld essentially.
It got resolved. It's a matter of resources. So Punjab gave up some resources that was allocated to the other provinces. But we forgot FATA. We had promised FATA 3%
100 billion
for
a year.
10 years. We did not deliver that to them, and look at FATA. The situation is reversing back to where we were originally. We never let go of FATA. We still consider it FATA.
Who is not letting go? Is it the federal bureaucracy or is it the military?
The federal bureaucracy, the provincial bureaucracy, the military. They're just not reconciled in their minds that FATA is no more. There are people who are under the same system with the rest of Pakistan. We have to equalize them with the rest of Pakistan. We do not even give them the money they used to have, that 50 billion that the FATA Secretariat used to have. We didn't even give that money to them.
Yeah, it's
and at that time, the PTI was in power in both the federation and the province.
Well, I mean, I think very marginal power in terms of their actual authority. Abbasi Sahab, I'm being warned that
go home. If you can't, if you don't have authority, go home. Let the people decide again. That you have that authority, you can break up the assembly, go home. Let the people decide again.
Do you think that there's any party that has the moral stature to pull a move like that today?
I expect them to have that moral stature. Otherwise, then they should not complain.
But what they've demonstrated over the last 3 or 4 years, I think every party has demonstrated that they don't have that moral capability.
Then you will suffer. That's not leadership. That's a failure of leadership. That's what I'm saying from the beginning. Pakistan is basically a story of failure of leadership. Political, judicial, military.
I want to turn a little bit to, because I feel like we've gone from optimism to perhaps less optimism. I'm finding it, and this is maybe just a me problem, but I'm finding it difficult that we'll be able to, A, develop the consensus that's needed amongst these 4, 5, 6, or 7 key personalities, and then B, built upon that, put together a reform package that is consensus, that's respectful of each other, and that is meaningful. Because I think you cannot have any reform. In fact, let me ask this as a question. Is it possible to have a everybody wins reform?
Of course. If the people win, everybody wins.
No. Let me rephrase.
This current system is not working. Do we accept that or we don't accept that?
No, we do. But my question is, can you have a reform in which there are no losers?
If something is totally failed, any reform you do, the worst reform will have positive results. You will
Let
always
me
win.
let me
You will
try
always
again.
win.
Let me try again.
Yeah.
If you want pension reform,
Yeah.
pensioners are going to have to accept a net hit. There's no two ways about it.
There will be some pain.
So that's what I'm
reform
saying.
has
Nobody
pain
is
in the
willing-
short term. The reform that has pain in the short term but pays in the long term, that's the reform you want.
But is
And
so,
it has to be across the board.
But nobody's
It can't
willing
be that
to
doesn't
accept.
affect you.
Huh.
For example, the Punjab Assembly has voted itself a 500% increase in pay. Why couldn't they vote a 500% increase in pay for the government officials of Punjab?
No, or the 500% increase in pay for Masis and drivers.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not even going there. The people they pay directly. Why couldn't they do that?
The Lahore High Court accepted a huge amount of money in terms of increases in salaries
yeah.
for all the judges of the Lahore High
The
Court.
pensions,
Yeah.
our judiciary cannot justify their pay structure or their pensions.
Especially not with the kind of performance that we've seen since the 2009 sort of renewal of the judiciary.
It goes back to selection. Our selection process for judges is totally flawed. We need to fix it.
So there's this long list of things we need to fix.
Everything. Not a long list. Everything has to be fixed. And we don't seem to realize it. We don't even worry about it. It's business as usual in Pakistan.
Abbasi, there are two things that are essential and that have been a theme throughout our discussion from the morning till now, and I want to get your take on it. It seems that there are two big gaps in every conversation. One is the absence of the participation of young people. Even though the median age in this country is 27, the conversation is totally dominated by 70-somethings or 60-somethings. And the other is women, that there is a complete absence of the engagement of women in a material way at a functional level. Are both those accurate or is there something missing?
To me, just being young is not a qualification.
Okay,
Or just being a woman is not a qualification.
okay.
You have to earn that privilege of serving. You must develop the competence, you must have the ability to serve in a position wherever you are. I'll show you, look at the women's seats in the parliament, 60. Show me the contribution, show me the selection. So we put women there, but they're not women who have delivered anything because the choices were wrong. Let's say we put in young people. We have young people in parliament. Have they delivered?
So is the issue that they're young or that they're women, or is the issue that they're young and they're women, but they're the wrong women
They
and
also
the wrong...
have to have the ability, the education, the experience to do that, to deliver in that job. Real life is not social media,
Sure.
where you can abuse anybody you want to whatever extent you want and gain followers. This is real life. You have to deliver governance. You have to work on issues. You must have the competence. You must have the understanding. You must have the education. And there are competent young people in this country. There are competent women in this country. Women are taking over this country.
But they're not...
Look at the medical schools. Look at the universities. Look at the results there. The women lead by far. You must provide them the opportunity. That's where the failure is.
Even in the conversation we just had, the two competent women we talked about in cabinet, both were female. I gave the example of Hina Khar, you gave the example of Saida Tadar. So there are some women that are capable even in the existing scenario.
I had 4 federal ministers in my cabinet who were women. And I was criticized for that. But they were not there because they were women. Because they were there because they were competent people who could do their job.
Is this, and again, I'm conscious of both your time and the time we have left together, this current stability that, I think is a bit of an achievement after the kind of 2022 and 2023 and even 2024 that we've had. We're now at a state where the inflation rate has slowed dramatically. We have some reserves. It feels like there's definitely some positive macroeconomic indicators. How viable and sustainable is this? Are we going to see some genuine economic growth in the coming year in 2025, or are you in the discussion we had just before this one? We had Khurram Hussain and Tobias Haq, and we had Kashmala Kakakhail. And the fear that I think the whole panel expressed was that Pakistan will go down the same growth path, this consumption-oriented growth path, that it always goes down once it stabilizes. And so we might repeat that old habit in this coming year. And if we do, of course, the crash is going to be worse whenever it comes, and it'll come sooner than it usually does because the cycles are getting shorter. What's your take on current stability? Is it genuine? Is it sustainable? And can the country grow economically?
Don't fool yourself. That's my advice to the government. Is this so-called stability policy-driven? Show me a policy that drove this, whatever you want to call it.
Well, somebody might say that the state bank kind of reduced rates at a pace that was manageable. Some folks might say that, you know, the negotiations with the IMF and with other countries were conducted in a more capable way. But in terms of real policy change,
So there's no policy that drove anything. This is all event-driven. The commodity prices went down, oil prices went down, you benefit. You cut off, you suppressed imports, which suppressed growth, which suppressed jobs. We have a current account surplus. Good luck to you. Don't fool yourself. A country which prides itself on passing IMF review needs to have its head examined. A country which celebrates the arrival of IMF funds, I would take a deeper look at them. What are we thinking? What is the IMF? It's an admission of failure. That we are unable to govern ourselves, we're unable to discipline ourselves. We want you to come in as a lender of last resort, give us some money so we stabilize, and then impose your discipline on us.
Oftentimes discipline that may not align with the country's interests. I mean, recently been reading about the wheat support price issue and, the IMF's kind of very strident stand on this.
No, that's the government's failure. You promised the people 3,900 rupees and you did not deliver. You destroyed the farmer. Why? You have to, when a government makes a promise, it has to do good on it. It has to deliver on it.
But I think now we've had at least 2 decades of governments where the promises governments make to the IMF, or the promises the government makes to China, or the promises the government makes to Saudi Arabia is more important than the promises that government makes to the people of the country.
That's the recipe for failure. You must do good on every promise you make. If you promise the IPP something, it turned out to be a bad policy on your part, you can't penalize them today.
So we should have kept paying them ad infinitum till the cows come home.
No, that's what you signed off on. Show me, how can they cheat you? I'm just being the devil's advocate here.
No, I don't think they were cheating, but I think those agreements were they were really bad agreements.
Who made those agreements?
Well, the Pakistan Administrative Service.
The government of Pakistan. Where was the failure? At least find the failure in this whole process. There is a failure.
Yeah, it's the competence of government authorities.
So that why is the investor made to pay? Do you think somebody will invest in Pakistan after what you're doing?
No, but
if you are saving ₹1 billion today, you'll pay 10 billion tomorrow.
No, but it's also that the irony is that the investor is, I don't know if we can say the investor has been punished because they've made a lot of money. And it's been rent seeking, really. It's not a fair.
I'm sorry, you made the contract, you gave the tariff, you gave the life of that contract. Where is rent seeking?
So this is
he took a risk on you.
This is a big a big topic that I really wanted to explore. it's not just the IPPs. In my mind, it's also the general fuel mix in this country and the green transition and how this country will adapt and adopt to the era of climate change. I mean, given your work at Petroleum and your understanding of all of the different sources through which Pakistanis consume energy, are you hopeful that this green transition is a real thing in Pakistan, or this is some sort of fiction coming from Western donors?
It's something that you have to do, you must do, but Pakistan is a responsible corporate citizen, a global citizen. Pakistan is a responsible global citizen, one of the most responsible. Using the same analogy that you have with the so-called stability in the economy that we have today, because our consumption is so low, our per capita consumption of energy is so low, that our emissions, our contribution to the CO2 and all that stuff is very, very low.
But as you said, that's a function of poverty and a lack of resources.
So what are we talking about? We need to tell the rest of the world that your consumption has cost us.
It has.
Our glaciers are melting. Our rivers are flooding. They need to compensate us. That's the.
Is there a receptiveness to this narrative?
Yes, this is a narrative that's been part of this COP and all this stuff, and that's a just and equitable solution where the people who created most of this issue need to pay for it today. Pakistan has fairly green energy. On this whole, the power issue, what is the issue? The issue is dollars. When your economy is weak, when your dollar goes to 3 times value, your bijli will go to 3 times value. When you were growing at a 6% growth rate and you should have been consuming 200 billion units today, but you're only consuming 110 billion units, then your bijli will remain expensive. It's not the IPP's fault. It's not the capacity. IPP is a small part of the capacity charge. We don't know. We never look at the problem. We try to find the culprit, and it's easy. It's easy not to understand the problem, not to fix something. If you don't understand an issue, how will you fix it? They told Musharraf Zaidi, oh, it's the IPPs, man. They siphoned off billions. You paid them billions, there's no doubt about it. But you paid them according to the contract that you had signed with them. The sovereign country of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan signed with them. Yes, you have an issue, talk to them, find a solution. You can't coerce people into solutions. Because the whole world knows it's a small world. Nobody will invest here anymore, I'm telling you. Reverse, gain the confidence of the investor. Today, your own investors are leaving the country. In Dubai, you'll be number 2 this year.
Well, this is, I think, before we get into foreign direct investment, we have a real flight of both talent and capital, and that's investor capital.
Yeah. Why are they not investing here? If I'm a Pakistani investor, I'm not investing here. Do you think somebody else will come from abroad and invest here?
I'd really hoped that we would construct a positive winning strategy for Pakistan. And I think in some ways we have. I mean,
the winning strategy is don't do what you're doing today. When people ask me, what will your party do? I said, we'll do everything that these guys are not doing, and we'll not do anything that these guys are doing. So understand your failures, understand the reasons, then you'll find a fix. You can't tinker with things anymore. You can't brush issues under the carpet. It's time to find solutions.
Look, I think the biggest solution will be some sort of a coming together on the grand political stage in terms of these key.
It's not a grand political stage. It's 6 or 8 people. Where are they? Don't they think about Pakistan? Doesn't Pakistan mean anything to them? The day they start thinking of Pakistan, you'll find a solution. It's not difficult.
But I think this is a question that, honestly speaking, I think you have to go and meet them face to face and ask them. And I think you have
face to face with you. I'm saying it openly.
Yeah. Well,
it's not a popular thing to say.
No, of
because
course.
we're so polarized. I'm saying everybody, every one of them, including myself, we failed. We have failed the people of this country. We need to find a fix.
Sadly, I agree with you. And I think maybe that's the most optimistic thing that we can present to our viewers is that we have a former prime minister and a substantial leader that's willing to own the kind of gaps that this country suffers from and is volunteering to try to address them and tackle them. Abbasi Saab, I'm constantly being reminded that we have to cut off. I wish we could keep doing this. I could do this for ad infinitum with you.
Dialogue is important, it's critical.
Yeah.
Constructive dialogue, not a divisive dialogue.
No, absolutely. So I hope
look at
this,
problems and then you'll understand the solutions. Put the country first, you will see solutions.
inshallah. On that note, I hope we'll get to do this again
Inshallah.
and do it often, inshallah. I have to thank you profoundly and profusely for agreeing to do this. This was a big deal for us. It was our first kind of annual Look Forward Summit. I do think that throughout the day we've come up with a number of things that look forward and optimism or pessimism. I think we've had very real conversations and conversations that inshallah will mean something and conversations that will hopefully prompt more discussion and perhaps even some action. So with that prayer and that dua, and with great thanks and gratitude to anybody that has watched today or will watch in the future, and a special, once again, thanks to former Prime Minister Shahid Khaqan Abbasi, as well as all the other panelists that joined us throughout the day, and a special note of thanks to the fantastic production team that worked on this, the Tabadlab team that contributed and really made this possible. Once again, thank you. Inshallah, see you very soon. Assalamu alaikum.